Hi guys, it's me, ChazzaHD, and welcome to race day here in Budapest for the 2022 Hungarian Grand Prix. I hope you're just as excited as I am for what is going to be, like I said at the end of my qualifying stream yesterday, after what was an amazingly epic end to qualifying. And obviously we'll get into the results of qualifying in a moment. With the grid we have, I think we are in for a classic Hungarian Grand Prix and a classic race at a track that, to be honest, in the last decade has produced many great moments and many great races. I think really the three races in the last 3 years before this year have been very, very exciting. And I don't see that being any different today, with the grid being mixed up massively, many cars out of position, but also certain midfield teams, compared to the top teams, not actually too far off the pace of the top teams, if not on the pace of those top teams. So it is going to be very exciting today to see what goes down at the Hungaroring, and I hope that you guys can join me today. As you can see, we've got an hour and 58 minutes to go until the formation lap in Hungary. One thing I can update you with the weather, it did rain in the morning, but for the F3 race, which took place I think a couple hours ago or 2.5 hours ago, it already stopped raining by then, and I think by the end of the race they were using dry tyres. And then I just watched most of the F2 race, the feature race, and I'm pretty sure it was an entirely dry race, and it's pretty much the conditions exactly like it was in qualifying. Overcast, not very hot like we've seen in Hungary in the past, but overcast, warm to a certain extent, but not raining. I mean, there are showers in the area. There was a slight shower in the F2 race, and that is what we are probably going to see today at most. If it does rain, is we'll see the odd shower that will last, I don't know, 2 or 3 minutes, but it won't be a proper downpour that will lead to the drivers coming in for intermediate tyres or anything like that. But yeah, I think it will be a dry race later. And even if it's a dry race, like I said, I think it will be a very exciting one with so many cars out of position and with the grid massively mixed up compared to what we thought it would be, not just coming into the weekend, but coming into qualifying after what we saw on Friday practice. We thought it wouldn't be what it was, and it is what it is. So yeah, it's going to be a great race today. And like I said, hopefully you guys can join me for that. And no matter where you are in the world, no matter what time it is in your part of the world, hopefully you're all having a good day, given whatever circumstances you're going through. And obviously, firstly, we'll be getting into the race preview. And the race preview part of the day will be lasting probably for the next hour and 20 minutes. And then we'll get into the proper, race watch-along part of the day. Again, the race starts in an hour and 56 minutes, so that's when we'll be getting underway properly for the Grand Prix. And then, once the race ends, I'll be live for a further hour after the race has finished to react with you guys to what has happened in the Hungarian Grand Prix. Another thing to let you guys know is that sadly, my co-commentator Niblo will not be joining me today, and the reason is because he has COVID. He is getting better. I have talked to him I think yesterday and today, kind of, and I think he's got a sore throat at the moment, so doesn't want to, go and blow it out in this race, which, I mean, I'm going to be doing a lot of screaming probably during the 2 hours of the Hungarian Grand Prix, so, yeah, I don't blame him trying to save his throat there, but I'm pretty sure he'll be back for the Belgian Grand Prix at the end of August. Obviously, this is the last Grand Prix before the summer break, and let's hope they send us out for the first half of the season with a classic race. The first half of the season has been good, I would say, in terms of the quality of races. Not great, but it's been good to a certain extent. And let's hope that, again, we get a great race today. But I think we'll get just straight into it. And we'll start by looking at the qualifying results from yesterday. So let's get into that now. So, for the first time in his Formula One career, George Russell starts on pole position for a race in Formula One and for this Hungarian Grand Prix. A pole position that came truly out of nowhere. Nobody saw that coming, and nobody saw Mercedes getting pole position, especially me, who were, I was downplaying them massively coming into qualifying because in practice they were so poor, and then suddenly in qualifying they go and get pole position. We'll see today if they are truly back to being a proper front-running team. Carlos Sainz will start alongside him on the front row with Charles Leclerc in third. Leclerc bit scrappy in Q3, and that's why he ended up third, when really I think Leclerc should have been on pole position had he been a bit cleaner with his runs in Q3. Lando Norris ended up in fourth. Got to say, because of obviously what Russell did, Lando Norris's pace and performance in qualifying overlooked massively, because he was only 0.4 of a second off pole and only 2 or 3 tenths off the Ferrari cars, which does show that the McLaren car is a lot better with their new upgrade and that they are properly quick around this track. But obviously Russell took the plaudits yesterday, and then so Lando Norris will be starting fourth, and then a third row lockout for the Alpine team. Esteban Ocon fifth and Fernando Alonso sixth. Also massive shout out to Esteban Ocon for qualifying fifth. He was not talked about at all yesterday for what he did in qualifying, when I thought what he did was an amazing job to get in the top 5 on the grid. Obviously, he won this race last year, so watch out for him today. Lewis Hamilton qualified in 7th. Had a DRS issue, did Hamilton, which would have cost him probably 6 tenths, 7 tenths of a second. So he would have been Hamilton right up there in 2nd or 3rd on the grid had it not been for that problem. I don't think he would have out-qualified Russell, because I think Russell had just, with that final lap he did, just had too much pace compared to everybody. But, Lewis Hamilton definitely would have been in the top 3 on the grid for today's Hungarian Grand Prix. Just shows you how quick Mercedes were yesterday. Hamilton, a lot of work to do from P7, and hopefully no more DRS issues for him today. Valtteri Bottas 8th, also nobody talked about him yesterday. Still a decent qualifying for him in the Alfa Romeo. Daniel Ricciardo qualified 9th, and Max Verstappen 10th. Obviously, Verstappen had a power unit issue at the end of qualifying, and that's why he did not improve his lap time. You can see in Q2, Verstappen's best time of qualifying was a 17.7. If he did that in Q3, despite his problem, he still would have ended up starting the race from like 4th on the grid. So, a shame about that problem. I mean, he did make a mistake on his first run, which definitely cost him quite a bit, but I'm sure he'll progress today. And then the rest of the grid, Sergio Perez 11th, Zhou Guanyu 12th, and then Magnussen, Stroll, Schumacher, Tsunoda, Albon, Vettel, Gasly, Latifi. Pierre Gasly, I can tell you, will be starting from the pit lane. And also the two Red Bull cars, have taken on essentially a new power unit. But because of the new regulations when it comes to parc fermé and changing power unit parts, the two Red Bulls have not taken a penalty for the new parts. But that does mean that moves Red Bull into a territory now where they're going to be probably taking an engine penalty, maybe just after the summer break. So yeah, engine penalties coming for Red Bull. A lot less so though for Red Bull than it will be for Ferrari, who will be taking more still between now and the end of the season. And the reason Gasly has got penalty is because they did not notify AlphaTauri, the FIA technical delegate, as to the changes, and that's why Gasly will be starting from the pit lane with that change of power unit. So that is your starting grid, basically, for the Hungarian Grand Prix. And it's going to be definitely in the top 11, top 12 of the 20 cars. It's going to be a very exciting, close fight throughout the field. So let's just get straight into it and get into the teams. And we'll start with Red Bull Racing. And, Red Bull... very poor day yesterday. Sergio Perez obviously had a very messy Q2, had his time deleted initially for going over the track limits that the FIA thought he did, but then it turned out he didn't actually go off the track on the exit of turn 5. got his time back, but then did a final lap in Q2, which was not an improvement, I don't believe, on what he did initially with the lap time that they initially deleted. So yeah, that was a big problem there for Perez. If Perez did improve that final lap by like 2 or 3 tenths of a second, then that would have been him comfortably getting into Q3, and then he may have got like a 4th or a 5th in qualifying. So yeah, annoying there for Perez that he just couldn't get a final improved lap, but Perez has been pretty poor this weekend. He has complained about the balance of the car, but his pace has been pretty bad all weekend long. For Max Verstappen, it's interesting because he actually came out and said after qualifying that he was surprised, and Red Bull was surprised, just how quick the Red Bull car was. And the Red Bull car, if you go and look, in the first couple parts of qualifying, the Red Bull car was actually very, very quick over a single lap compared to the Ferrari car. And it would have been very interesting to see if Max Verstappen had not had his power unit issue, what would have happened in regards to, would he have got pole position? Would he have at least beat out the 2 Ferraris? I don't know, but it was going to be very, very close between Verstappen, the 2 Ferraris, and George Russell as well. Now, yeah, Verstappen unlucky to a certain extent with the power unit problem, but I'm not going to sit here and say that he was absolutely screwed over, because he should have done a better first run. Obviously made a very, very big mistake at turn 2, locking up on the inside front and running very wide, and he lost about a second in that first sector, or about 1.1 seconds maybe at most, and that cost him what would have been, like I said, if he had done that lap, that first run, and then the power unit issue happened, he still would have ended up qualifying 4th or 5th at the absolute worst, which would have been still, despite the issue, a decent position considering Ferrari are not on pole position. But obviously starts from P10. So yeah, not good for Red Bull. 10th and 11th for the 2 Red Bulls. What can they do today though? Well, if you look at, and we will get into, not quite yet, we'll go through the first 3 teams and then we'll get into the respective race pace of all the top teams, or front 5 teams here in Hungary, and what their pace was on Friday in the long field runs. But yeah, looking at the data that I've seen, the longer runs, Red Bull were not that quick. Certainly not compared to Ferrari. They were quite a bit slower than Ferrari by a few tenths of a second, and if that does translate today, then yeah, I think Red Bull will not get anywhere near the 2 Ferrari cars. Obviously, we know Ferrari are still at risk of throwing this race away and having a disaster of a Grand Prix, but Ferrari really should win today, as I'll get onto in a minute. But yeah, Red Bull, if you look at their race pace, like I said, we'll get into that. We'll get into that in a minute. Their race pace isn't special. It's not really that much quicker than McLaren or Mercedes, or that it will be. So Max Verstappen, he should be able to get past Bottas. I don't think the Alfa Romeo has the pace really to keep up with what you call it, with Red Bull in his Alfa Romeo. The big problem for him, though, Max Verstappen, and also Sergio Perez, will be Fernando Alonso and Lewis Hamilton, because as I'll show in a minute, Alpine had pretty good race pace on Friday. They were lapping at pretty much similar speeds to McLaren, and obviously Lando Norris is starting up in 4th. And they weren't lapping that much slower on average compared to Red Bull. So, yeah, that's going to be the biggest problem for Red Bull, is Alonso and Hamilton, because obviously Hamilton will be a lot quicker than he was in qualifying. Obviously had that DRS issue. So what's going to happen, unless Max Verstappen gets an absolutely incredible start and gets up to like 5th place on the first lap, which would be, well, the chances of that are very, very slim of him doing that, because I mean, what he would need is someone to wipe out a lot of the field in the top 10, kind of like Bottas did last year, for him to get a few positions up on the first lap. But yeah, I think what will happen is maybe he'll gain a position or two on the first lap or the first few laps, and then he'll be stuck behind Alonso and Hamilton, who will be fighting for probably 5th and 6th or something like that. And because also Lando Norris has pretty decent race pace from what we saw on Friday, they're not really going to be able to make any progress up the field. The Red Bull obviously is the quickest car in a straight line. We know this, but around this track, straight line speed does not really matter at all. So it's going to be very tough for Verstappen really to make his way through the field. I think the best Verstappen can do today is probably 4th or 5th. I don't see him getting on the podium. But yeah, he could get, say, P4. But realistically, given where he's starting and the lack of pace they had on the long runs on Friday compared to not just Ferrari but other teams as well, I think Verstappen's most likely going to finish at best in 5th or 6th. Like I said, 4th place is possible, which is why I say he could finish 4th, but I think realistically it will be P5 or P6 in this Hungarian Grand Prix. And then Sergio Perez will probably end up finishing in 7th or something like that. Because, yeah, the Red Bull pace is just not that great. And the only thing, really, Red Bull could do to get themselves, properly up the field and get themselves, say, a lot higher up the field a lot earlier is, I think, by splitting strategy with both cars. I think what I would do with the two cars is start Max Verstappen on the medium and then start Sergio Perez on the hard compound tyre. The hard compound tyre will probably be the most used tyre today because obviously tyres do wear out quite a bit here in Hungary and the hard tyre does hang on pretty well. So yeah, I think the hard tyre will see a lot of action today, and I would start Perez on the hard just to run him as long into the race as they can, but also to give Red Bull, as soon as possible, good data on how the hard tyre is performing compared to the medium tyre, which I expect most of, if not the entire top 10, to be running medium tyres at the start of the Grand Prix. And then obviously Max Verstappen, who is a lot more aggressive of a driver, you can get him to, push hard as possible in the first stint on the medium tyre, and then try and run Sergio, say, 30 to 35 laps into the Grand Prix, and then try and overcut his way past a few cars, if you can, on that hard compound of tyre. And then, if Verstappen is not making much progress, but it is clear that the hard compound tyre is working well, then you can pit Max Verstappen a bit earlier, get him on the hard tyre, and then, make his way throughout the field that way. But Red Bull have got to try something a bit different on strategy. They can't just start both cars on the medium compound tyre, in my opinion, because if they do that, then they will just end up finishing, say, 5th and 7th with both cars, because they're not really going to go anywhere doing the same strategy as the other cars. And we'll end up with a not so great result. So that's what I would do with Red Bull. Let me know in the chat what you would do with Red Bull on strategy. But given the lack of pace they have and their really poor starting position, I think Red Bull will be lucky, really, to get in the top 4. Again, I think a 4th place is possible, but it will take 1, an absolute mega drive from Max Verstappen, and 2, a bit of luck. Say a safety car or a virtual safety car coming out at the right time in this Grand Prix. But damage limitation is all that Red Bull need to do. Obviously, for me, the championship fight is over. I don't see Charles Leclerc making a glorious comeback, because even if Verstappen, say, finished in P5 and Leclerc won the race, the gap would still be, 48 points, 47 points in Verstappen's favour. So, yeah, they'll be absolutely fine, will Red Bull, when it comes to the championship. Now let's move on to Ferrari. By the way, we will get into some stats and historical data when it comes to the top teams, obviously right before the race starts, so don't worry, we will get into that later on. Sorry about that, I yawned and burped at the same time. Anyway, let's get into Ferrari, and they should be disappointed that they didn't get pole position. Really, it should have been, at worst, a first and a third, with Leclerc on pole and Sainz in third place. You could argue it should have been a front row lockout, but I just don't think Ferrari quite had as much pace compared to the rest of the field as they probably expected. So, yeah, disappointing for Ferrari, but with Red Bull out of action, really, compared to where they are, obviously Ferrari on the grid, Ferrari should win today. And they should, unless Mercedes have this unexpected, incredible race pace that we haven't seen so far this weekend, Ferrari should win this race pretty comfortably. I know Russell is on pole position, and I know the record of having pole position here is a very good one. You know, converting it from pole position to race victory. But Ferrari, if you go and look at the data, which we'll get into in a second, they were, compared to the next quickest team, they were about 0.7 of a second on average quicker than the next quickest team with the long runs on Friday. And Ferrari were doing those runs on the medium compound tyre, which they are going to start the race on for sure. So all Ferrari need to do is they don't necessarily have to get into the lead on the first lap. I mean, if they can, that's absolutely fantastic for them. But all they got to do is maintain second and third, really, on the first lap, and then launch an attack at George Russell. And if they have got that type of pace advantage over Russell of almost a second per lap, they should be able to overtake Russell with both cars on track before we even get to the first pit stop. So if Ferrari do not, suffer an engine blow up or make their classic strategy mistakes, or there's a big driver error, if they keep it simple enough, they should win the Grand Prix today. And really, given the pace they had on Friday, if it does translate to today, Ferrari should really finish first and second. I don't think they will, because it's Ferrari, and I am expecting something to go wrong for them. But I do think they will win the race today, because I just think with Red Bull being out of the way, I think Ferrari will have just too much pace for Mercedes really to live with in this Hungarian Grand Prix. But you never know. We know what Ferrari are capable of. I mean, they've already kind of bottled it so far this weekend by failing to get pole position. And you could argue with Red Bull being so far down, they should have really got a 1-2 and a front row lockout here in Hungary. And if they did get a front row lockout, then I would probably say it'd be an easy 1-2 for them today. But yeah, as long as they win the race today, that's all that matters. It would be, I guess, good if it was Charles Leclerc winning the race, but it doesn't really matter at this point because the championship fight is over anyway. And like I said, even if Leclerc wins, Verstappen's probably still going to finish in 5th place or maybe 4th at best. So it's not going to come down the gap that big, and it's not going to be coming down to the point where Leclerc, actually has a chance at winning the championship this year. So just win the race, Ferrari, and that is good enough. Yeah, they should probably get a 1-2 today, but let's not quite put that expectation on this team, because we know that something always goes wrong for them. I mean, when was the last Grand Prix that something did not go wrong for them? Not just race day type of Grand Prix, I mean the whole weekend. You've got to go back to Miami, where they locked out the front row in qualifying, and then were beaten fair and square by Verstappen and Red Bull in the race. And yeah, there was nothing they could do that weekend. Red Bull were just quicker. That's how long it's been since Ferrari have had a trouble-free weekend. That just shows you how much of a joke this team is. But yeah, Ferrari, for me, are the favourites to win this Hungarian Grand Prix. The only other thing I guess I could say is if they are behind Russell still by the time they get to the first pit stop, then what I would do, especially if they do have a decent gap behind them, which they might do to Lando Norris and then the rest of the top 10, is probably split their strategy, because obviously they have a 2 versus 1 against Mercedes there with Russell in P1. They probably should do, say a 2v1. They pit whoever the faster, bloody hell, that sounds posh, faster Ferrari is, pit them first for an undercut and then run the other Ferrari, say, I don't know, 2 or 3 laps longer. And then, try and come at it that way. They could do that. But yeah, I think as long as they keep it simple and there's no big mistakes, I think Ferrari will win this Hungarian Grand Prix. Let me know, guys, in the chat. Do you think Ferrari will win today? Or do you think Mercedes will get their first win of the season and their first win since Saudi Arabia in 2021? Talking of Mercedes, let's get on to them now. And great job by George Russell. And not just great job by Russell, but great job by Mercedes, because clearly they made some big improvements to that car. And I actually want to just quickly read out something I saw right before I started this stream. Because I wanted to know, like, how come Mercedes improved so much compared to Friday? Because on Friday, they were terrible. They looked as though they were barely, I'd say barely a midfield team, in the top 10, if you know what I mean. They were barely getting into the top 10. They were only like a couple tenths of a second away from having both cars outside the top 10 in Friday practice. Toto Wolff, though, had this to say yesterday in terms of, like, how did they get pole position? How were they so quick yesterday? And Toto Wolff described how the team has been forced to depart from its ordinary development techniques in order to master this car. And what Toto said was, it's the same every weekend, more and more so yesterday and today. We've tried things. This is a data-based sport, but if you can't rely on the data because they don't correlate from the virtual world, from the tunnel, from CFD, from the simulations with what's happening in real time on the track, you've just got to try things and find correlations. Basically, reverse engineer correlation, and this is what we've done today and had some positive results. So basically what they've done is tried a multitude of things yesterday and found something that worked, and then done that, on Saturday, and that is now the setup, I guess, of this Mercedes car, which is definitely unconventional, because normally what teams do in terms of the upgrades they bring to a car and just the way the car is they will set the car up, and with the parts they put on the car, they will build the car and set it up for how the data shows it's going to be the quickest based off what it says, in, like you said, the wind tunnel, CFD, and from the correlation in the virtual world, and they will try to translate it then into real world. And most teams do that. Well, every team basically does that, but most teams are able successfully to correlate the data they have, in the wind tunnel from the wind tunnel onto the track. Mercedes, though, have not really been able to do that this year because of the issues they have had. So that's why Mercedes this weekend have gone from looking terrible to suddenly on pole position. And if Lewis Hamilton had not had his DRS issue, it probably would have been first and third for the Mercedes team in qualifying. So, yeah, great to see from Mercedes. Their pace has massively improved. Compared to practice, they look to be about, 0.8 of a second quicker compared to, say, Red Bull, Ferrari, and McLaren, compared to what they were like on Friday. So we will have to factor that in to the race pace data we'll get into in a second. because, as you'll see in a moment, Mercedes' race pace on Friday was actually really poor. But that was with them, experimenting and trying out different things. So let's get onto that now and try and make the best of it that we can from the data for the race. Actually, you know what? We'll start firstly with the sector time data from qualifying, and then we'll get into the race pace data. So, comparing, say, Ferrari, Mercedes, and Red Bull. Let's see, where the differences were. So, comparing Ferrari to Red Bull, you can see in Sector 1, Ferrari were massively quicker. Red Bull, though, with Max Verstappen, could have done a much better first sector if he had not made that mistake in Q3 on his first run. So Red Bull definitely could have done better there. Sector 2, Ferrari had about a tenth of a second over Red Bull. And then in Sector 3, it was pretty much equal between Ferrari and Red Bull. But Ferrari do have, I would say, despite Verstappen's mistake and then power unit issue at the end of qualifying, I still think Ferrari did have just about the quicker car in qualifying compared to the Red Bull team. So it would have been close, no doubt, between the two teams, but I still think Ferrari would have had the edge over Max Verstappen and Red Bull. But let's look at Russell compared to, or Mercedes and Russell, and kind of Hamilton compared to Ferrari and Red Bull, and just the differences between the different cars. So Sector 1, Mercedes and Ferrari are pretty much level in terms of pace. And that is also the case in Sector 2. Sector 3, Lewis Hamilton was actually, 3/4 hundredths of a second quicker than Russell. So Russell actually could have gone slightly quicker in that final sector. But Mercedes, I mean, maybe they can translate this to today, but they're lapping, except for the final sector, they're lapping at pretty much the same speed as Ferrari in all of the sectors. Again, the race pace will be a bit different from the qualifying pace that we saw yesterday, but yeah, looking very good in all of the sectors here from the Mercedes team. And I would say, even though Verstappen definitely would have done a better lap than he did in qualifying had it not been for the power unit issue and then the mistake on his first run, I think Mercedes yesterday did have the better car compared to Red Bull. So, yeah, that's interesting to note. I think going forward here in qualifying, I mean, coming to this track, we did expect it to be a bit better of a track for them compared to other ones, other circuits. So I'm not necessarily massively surprised. I mean, if you asked me before the weekend, did I think Mercedes would be kind of competitive with Ferrari and Red Bull, I would have said yeah. But I think I would have been surprised after practice, because again, in Friday practice, they were very poor. But really, between the top three teams in qualifying, it was pretty much equal on pace in all of the sectors, I have to say. Maybe except Sector 1, you could say. And then after that, look at McLaren. Lando Norris in the first sector was losing a bit of time there. Not great first sector, to be honest. I mean, it's still a good first sector, but not as good as it maybe could have been. It's still hilarious that Nicholas Latifi did a third quickest sector in qualifying yesterday, even though he qualified in last position. And then Norris was, 0.2 of a second off the pace in Sector 2. But then in Sector 3 was only a tenth off. Really, it was the high-speed corners where, and the high-speed sections where McLaren were losing just a bit of time to the very front of the field, which, not great, but to be honest, they were only, compared to Russell, obviously was on pole position, they were, 0.2 off pretty much in Sector 1, and then 0.2 off in Sector 2, but then gained a half a tenth back in Sector 3. So McLaren have come on, a long way. So let's give them some credit for that. And looking at Alpine as well, I don't know what Alpine have done. I don't know if they're running a bit more wing this weekend than other teams are, but Alpine in Sector 1, where you would expect them to be pretty quick, actually quite slow compared to the other teams. But then in Sector 2, Fernando Alonso quicker than, Norris, Hamilton, Ricciardo, Alonso actually quicker than both Alpines in Sector 2. So great job there. And then in Sector 3, Alpine lapping pretty much at the same speed as Mercedes. So if it wasn't for Sector 1 being so poor from Alpine, Alpine could have maybe got fourth in qualifying from Lando Norris, because the pace was definitely there, and they were definitely close enough in Sector 2 and Sector 3 were the Alpine team. And it'd be interesting to see how they do today. But I would say in qualifying, the pecking order was probably Ferrari quickest, and then Mercedes second, Red Bull third, McLaren fourth, Alpine fifth, and then after that you probably have to say Alfa Romeo as the sixth quickest team this weekend. So pretty much as expected, except for Mercedes being as quick as they were. When I say expected, I don't mean based off what I was saying going into qualifying. I mean based off what I was saying in my weekend preview on Thursday. Anyway, let's get into now the race pace data from Friday and the long runs on Friday. So let's first compare Red Bull and Ferrari. So Max Verstappen, you can see, I don't know what tyre, by the way, he did his long run on. But his long run started pretty much on lap 14 with a 1:23.7, then did a 1:23.9 on lap 15, but then dropped off into the low 1 minute 24s. And I would say on average was doing, say, a 1:24.2 in his long runs, which is not terrible, but compared to Ferrari, nowhere near. So yeah, on average, I'd say probably a 1:24.2. That Verstappen was doing there. And then if we compare that to Leclerc, you can see Leclerc, he started his long run on lap 18 that he did in practice 2, and then it ended on the end of lap 25. You can see Leclerc did a 23.5, 23.5, 23.4, 23.4, 23.7, and then on his medium tyres started about 7-8 laps in to start to drop into the 1:24s. So on average, Leclerc was about 6-7 tenths of a second quicker than Verstappen on Friday in those long runs. So that's why I say Ferrari should have the pace to win easily today. And they should have the pace definitely to get a 1-2. But again, we know that this is Ferrari and we know what they are capable of. But when you're comparing Ferrari to Red Bull, Ferrari are definitely quicker than Red Bull over a race distance. This is clear to see. But let's compare Ferrari and Red Bull's pace to Mercedes quickly. Now, you can see here, so George Russell, who did pretty much the only long runs from the Mercedes team on Friday. Lewis Hamilton didn't really do that on Friday in his car. You can see he was consistently lapping in the 1:25s. Now, if he was doing this in this race coming up today, Russell would be overtaken easily by both Ferraris in like 6 or 7 laps. But because of the improvements they made overnight, and again, they were about 8 tenths of a second quicker compared to the rest of the field than they were in practice in qualifying yesterday. So if you were to take off 8 tenths of a second for all of these lap times, Mercedes are pretty much, they're not as quick as Red Bull when it comes to race pace, but they're pretty much in the same ballpark as what Red Bull were doing. They would have been lapping, if they had the improvements on Friday that they clearly made for Saturday, if they already had that for Friday, that these lap times probably would have been consistently in the mid, say, 1:24s with Russell, and then dropping off occasionally into, a late 1:24 and early 1:25. So Red Bull do have better race pace than Mercedes, but because Verstappen and Perez are 10th and 11th, and Mercedes are, 1st and 7th on the grid, as long as Lewis Hamilton in P7 can get a good start and get ahead of at least one of the Alpines to protect himself from Red Bull, then Mercedes should be fine, I think, to beat Red Bull today. But again, it does depend on, with Lewis Hamilton, if Hamilton gets a good start to the race. Because if he doesn't, and we have seen at times this year, Lewis has not had many good starts on the first lap. And if that happens again, then Lewis could face a tricky Grand Prix today. But this will be a lot quicker there'll be a lot quicker Mercedes than this than they were on Friday again, because of the improvements they made. But in terms of who should win the race and what order it should finish, based on the race pace between all the teams, it should be really on pace a Ferrari 1-2 and then Russell finishing third for the podium on pace. Again, will that actually happen? We will have to see in the race, and I don't think actually they will. Ferrari get the 1-2. So yeah, you can see here Verstappen with his lap times. He was, again, if we knock off the 0.8 of a second for Mercedes for their lap times they did on Friday, then yeah, Red Bull would be still quicker, but only by probably 2 or 3 tenths of a second per lap, which is not too bad for the Mercedes team. But let's compare quickly McLaren to Mercedes, because their race pace was also pretty interesting. As you can see here, Lando Norris, so he began his long runs properly on lap 20 in practice 2, and then they ended at the end of lap 27. And he was consistently, Lando, doing, I'd say, probably a low 124. So Lando Norris today might actually have the pace to finish on the podium, because this pace from Friday was really good. And also, I would say, Norris, if he keeps this pace up in the race today, and Norris, I do know, did his long runs on the hard compound tyre, by the way, shows you how good the hard compound tyre was on Friday. If he keeps this pace up, like I said, he could end up finishing on the podium, but should not have to worry about the Red Bulls behind and the Mercedes of Lewis Hamilton, because if he keeps this pace up, on average, again, it should be, I think on average he was doing like a low 24, like a 24.0, 24.1, maybe a late 23. If he keeps that up, then he should finish at worst in 4th place. It'll be very interesting to see how Lando does today. So look out for Lando Norris. And you can see here as well, with Daniel Ricciardo, with his long runs, he was doing, on average, Ricciardo, about the same pace as Red Bull with his long runs, and probably a tad quicker he'll be, or was, than the Mercedes, if Mercedes again had that improvements that they made clearly for Saturday, and if they had already had that on Friday. So McLaren's race pace is really good. I mean, we saw last weekend, we knew McLaren would not be quick in the race, even though they had a very good qualifying session, because the data clearly showed that they were miles off the top 3 teams on the longer runs. But here in Hungary, they are very quick. You could argue that McLaren might have the second fastest car today over a race distance. We'll have to see whether that does translate itself. Be good for Ricciardo if he can make some progress, obviously, from P9. But yeah, very interesting to look at that. And if we go back to this to quickly look at Alpine, I'm pretty sure Alonso, he must have done his long runs on the soft compound tyre, because he started them on lap 17 in practice 2, and then they ended on the end of lap 26, and you can see the drop off in pace. He was doing a 23.3, and then it dropped off even into the 26s and 25s. So he must have been doing that run on the soft compound tyre, because if this was on the medium, then yeah, Alpine do not have the pace today to maintain, say, P5 and P6 on the grid. And I think if there is a team today that is going to drop back dramatically, it will be the Alpine team, because I don't think they have the race pace really to maintain 5th and 6th on the grid. So if I just quickly, after looking at all that data, I come back to this and I'll just reset the timer quickly. Don't worry, there is not 2 hours to go until the race starts. It's actually an hour and 15 minutes to go. Let me just quickly, there you go. So an hour and 15 minutes to go until the race starts here in Budapest. But yeah, Alpine should drop back from where they have started. Now, given all that data I've looked at, let me know, guys. You know, what do you think is going to happen in the race, and what are your predictions for the Grand Prix? In terms of who's going to finish where in the top 10. Let me know in the live chat, and I'll get to your comments very soon. And yeah, try if you can and base it on the data that we just looked at, because I think it does clearly show a pattern of who is quick and who is not. I'll go with my top 10 for today. So I'll go Leclerc to win, Russell second, Sainz third. Again, Ferrari should have the pace to finish first and second, but I don't think they will because it's Ferrari. And then it'll be Norris fourth. Fifth, I'm going to go Max Verstappen. And then Lewis Hamilton sixth. Seventh, I will go Sergio Perez. And then I'll go Ricciardo eighth. Oh no, Alonso eighth, Ricciardo ninth, Ocon 10th. That's what I'll go for the race today. Let me know if you agree in the live chat, and I'll get to your comments in a moment. By the way, great to see so many of you here already. And yeah, make sure to keep posting your comments in the chat. And we'll now get on to the McLaren team, who I think proved yesterday that they did have very good pace. It was just Mercedes' improvement made it look a lot worse. Or not a lot worse, but not as good as it was on Friday. If Mercedes were still pretty poor yesterday, like they were on Friday, then Norris would have ended up in the top 3 on the grid, and they would have been in a very good position for a podium in this Grand Prix today. But yeah, Norris is still in a great position, obviously, 4th place on the grid, and he does have the pace, I think, possibly to maybe not get the podium, but definitely stay close to the, say, the Mercedes of Russell during this Grand Prix. It'd be very interesting to see if McLaren and Norris can hang on, and if that pace from Friday does, you know, translate to the track today. And I really hope it does, because it would be fantastic for the race today to give us, you know, as exciting a Grand Prix as possible. But yeah, 4th and 9th on the grid. I think Lando Norris, what will happen is I think he'll pretty much maintain where he's starting on the grid. I don't think he'll take any silly risks into turn 1, because he knows that he's got a very good car for today and knows that he can get a very good result. So I don't think he's going to do a dive bomb or anything like that into the first corner. And then I think he will finish Norris in 4th place, because I think, again, the McLaren, like I showed a moment ago, does have the race pace to maintain 4th, and with Red Bull starting so far back, there'll just be too much to do for Verstappen and Perez, and also Hamilton to a certain extent, to come through and get Norris for 4th place. So I think Lando will get 4th, and yeah, the reason I've got Ricciardo finishing in 9th and not finishing, you know, say in 7th or 8th place, given how good McLaren's race pace is 2 reasons. One, his qualifying position really hurts his race today. Because of Verstappen and Hamilton and Perez being as low down as they are, Ricciardo needed to be in 6th or 7th on the grid today. Because if he was, he probably would stand a decent chance of a 6th or a 7th in the race. But the reason I go with him in 9th is because Verstappen and Perez behind him will beat him today, because I think the Red Bull will be too quick compared to Ricciardo. And then secondly, like I said, Alpine will drop back today, but because of Fernando Alonso being so great, and because of his great defensive skills, I don't think Ricciardo will be able to find a way past Fernando Alonso in this Grand Prix. So that's why I've got Ricciardo finishing down in 9th. But the pace is good for McLaren, and they've definitely got the pace to get, say, even 15 points out of this Grand Prix, which would be massive for them. That'd take them up to, 103, 104 points. And that would take them probably ahead of Alpine in the Constructors' Championship. So hopefully for them, they can do that and get back into what is, for them, despite a season not being, or this season not being that great for them, it would be still a good result for them to finish fourth in the championship. And I really hope McLaren have got that type of race pace I just showed in this race today. I really hope they do, because if they do, it's going to make the race really interesting and won't make it easy for, you know, Verstappen, Perez and Hamilton to just fly through the field and get into the podium position still. And, well, you never know with Norris. If anything happens to the top three, he could absolutely end up on the podium today. Remember, he has had a podium this season in Imola, where he finished in third. And McLaren were also very quick that weekend in a similar way to how they've been this weekend. So hopefully a similar weekend and similar race will happen today for the McLaren team. Lamp Gorilla asks, is it a dry race? It will be. There might be the odd passing shower, but it won't actually cause the drivers to come into intermediates or anything like that. So yeah, it should be fine when it comes to the weather. But I'm going to quickly show these pictures instead. The watch-along pictures that you'll be seeing, obviously, during the watch-along. And as you can see on your screen, the race starts in just under an hour and 10 minutes from now. So, guys, in the chat, let me know, how do you think the race will go today for Red Bull, Ferrari, Mercedes, and McLaren? And give me at least your top 5 race prediction today. But try and give me your top 10 if you can. That would be great if you could. As I'm just going to quickly turn my TV on to watch the F1 broadcast now on Sky, and we'll see what the weather's like. It should be dry. Last time I looked on the F2 with the F2 race, it was dry. So, well, actually, they're showing something else. They're not showing the live footage of the track. They're showing a piece Sky F1 did with Esteban Ocon, taking him through, you know, how he won last year's Hungarian Grand Prix. What a race that was last year. I still can't believe last year's race happened. It was so crazy with how, you know, so many cars got knocked out and the final finishing order. If you look at it, it was mental. Ocon obviously winning. Vettel did finish in second but was disqualified. And then you had, what was it, 6th and 7th for AlphaTauri. Williams ended up 8th and 9th, but obviously became 7th and 8th because of the penalty for Sebastian Vettel. Yeah, it was a truly mental Grand Prix last year. Yeah, let me know in the chat, guys, what you think is going to happen today. And as well, if you are new to the channel, guys, make sure to subscribe for more content like this, because we do qualifying and race watch-alongs for every Grand Prix in 2022. So make sure to subscribe to the channel. Bottom right of the screen, you can do it right there. For everyone watching as well, don't forget to smash the like button as well. And remember, guys, that, yeah, I'll be live all the way through till 5 PM today. But do remember, I will be either uploading a video tomorrow or going live tomorrow. I don't know which one I'm going to do yet. It does depend on what happens in this Grand Prix. But do know that there will be content on the channel tomorrow. If I do upload a recorded video instead, it'll be me covering a couple incidents probably from the Hungarian Grand Prix. But if there aren't really enough incidents from the race to analyse, then what I'll do instead is a stream tomorrow night going through the teams and the drivers and looking at the season so far. So, yeah, just letting you guys know of that. And I guess, actually, as well, I may as well just, with quite a few people here already, I might as well just get into what my content is going to be for the summer break. So, obviously, the summer break starts tomorrow and lasts up until, what, the 25th of August, pretty much. So, in between the 1st and the 25th of August, what my plan is obviously I'm going to be doing a video or stream tomorrow. And then there will be 6 recorded videos during the summer break. Those videos will be a Lando Norris video, Carlos Sainz video, Daniel Ricciardo video, Mick Schumacher video, Pierre Gasly video, and then a Mercedes video. Those are the recorded videos that are going to come out between the 1st and the 25th of August. And there might be the occasional stream in there. For example, tomorrow, if I do a recorded video instead to cover the whatever incidents from this Grand Prix that's coming up in an hour's time, if I decide to do that instead, I will still do a stream covering the season so far, but it will be at a later date. Maybe the day after on Tuesday, maybe later on in the week. We'll have to see. But that is the plan for the summer break. And there will be still a few bits of content during the summer break. So don't think that there'll be absolutely nothing like there was last year, for example, on the channel. Anyway, let's get into your comments in the chat and make sure to keep posting in chat and let me know what you think is going to happen today in or at the Hungaroring, as it's called by some. Sean says, looks cold. Yeah, it's I think 20 degrees Celsius and it's a bit windy. So yeah, for this time of year, it is a bit cold. Hello, by the way, to everybody in chat. Great to see you all. Josiah says the track is going to be green. Yeah, to a certain extent it will, not completely, because again we did have some dry running in the F3 race this morning, and we did have a fully dry F2 race, so there is actually a bit of rubber down, just not as much as you would want if you were a driver for the race. There's probably as much rubber on the track down now as there would be for practice 2 on a Friday. So there will be some good grip out there, just not as much as, we would have seen if it was a fully dry weekend. The dirty side of the grid, though, and all of that, stuff will still play an important role at the start of the race, because obviously you've got if anyone starting on the right-hand side of the grid will be on the dirty side of the grid. So that's Sainz, Norris, Alonso, Bottas, Verstappen, Zhou, Stroll, Tsunoda, Vettel, and Gasly starting from the pit lane. So yeah, those are all the drivers starting on the dirty side of the grid. So we'll see if those drivers lose out at the start. It is definitely possible. Well, last year, even though it was wet at the start of the race last year, Valtteri Bottas did have a very poor start from second place. And also in 2020, second place man didn't get away well. And I think in 2019 as well, Valtteri Bottas did not really get a great start. So, yeah, it's not great starting from P2 here in Hungary. Yep, hello to all of you in chat. Wasim, Vinster, Lab Gorilla, great to see you all here. And everyone else as well. Lab Gorilla says Ferrari will get their strategy wrong, taking them out of the fight. Red Bull will pass them and pound them even harder into the ground. I don't think that's going to happen today. I think if Red Bull was starting more like 5th and 6th on the grid, I think maybe, yeah, that could happen if Ferrari did get things wrong. But I just think Ferrari are too far back on the grid. Or Red Bull, sorry, are too far back on the grid. Or did I already say that? I can't remember because, yeah, my head is spinning. Yeah, Red Bull are too far back on the grid, really, to do anything about Ferrari. Unless Ferrari have a proper cataclysmic Grand Prix today, which we know they definitely have up their sleeve. Butterfly Blue Short says, really depends if wet at the start or temps. If wet, they will leave it open to change plan on the fly. We're looking at the broadcast at the minute. It looks as though it's just going to be an overcast day at the Hungaroring. Vinster says Red Bull is closer to the win than you think. They're not. They're really not. I mean, if we get a safety car in the last 20 laps, yeah, then they could win the race if they're on a much fresher tyre and better tyre compared to the others. But they'll need quite a bit of luck today if they're going to win the race or even get on the podium, to be honest. Hello, Zastro Stevo. Great to see you in chat. And also says, just Stevo, that, yo, I think Russell might win his first today. Hoping so. To be honest, and you guys know I'm totally neutral, but it would be great for Formula One in 2022 if Mercedes won today, because it would spice things up for the rest of the season, because we know Mercedes are bringing an upgrade to the Belgian Grand Prix, and we know that quite possibly that new FIA technical directive will take force at the Belgian Grand Prix, which could have an effect on the performance of the respective cars. So it would be a good way to go into the summer break with a Russell win. But as long as we get a really good race today, I don't care who wins, to be honest. So, yeah. But he'll have a chance, Russell, but I just don't think that Mercedes quite have the pace that Ferrari do, especially on that medium tyre. As we are now just, an hour away from the race beginning in Hungary. Labgura says, Chaz, you just laid out strategy Ferrari haven't thought of. The problem with Ferrari, I've actually realised what the problem is with Ferrari, because it became very clear, I think in the last Grand Prix. I think the reason Ferrari get so many decisions on strategy wrong is because they pay way too much attention to the actual simulation. Because obviously all the teams will run a simulation to see what the fastest race is in terms of when to pit, what tyre to go on to. I just think Ferrari, they stick way too much to that simulation and are scared to go away from it. And that's why a lot of the time their mistakes with their strategy come from them not being able to adapt to what is happening in the race. And it's because they pay so much attention to the simulation and to their own data that they're unable to make a decision on the fly. Because a lot of great strategy decisions for a Grand Prix that end up winning teams a race are made, on the fly. They're not just planned out from the very start of the race. Sometimes they are, but most of the time they end up having to, go for something different and just work on their intuition. But Ferrari aren't able to do that. So, I'm sure Ferrari have run through the simulations and they've seen what the best strategy is for the race, and they'll probably stick to that. But if somehow the, something different happens in this race, maybe the medium compound tyres wear out quicker than expected or something like that, that's when they fall into trouble, because then they have to make a decision of, do we stick with the simulation, the data, or do we react to what is happening? And that's the problem. Ferrari are unable, they have the inability to react to what is happening in a race around them. If something different happens, then they just get in a complete muddle. Paul James Squibb says, or asks, are the Silver Arrows creeping back into contention for next season? I think they will be a title contender next season, but I'm just not sure it'll be with this car concept that they do have. I do think next year they will go with a different concept, because I think they know that this design they've gone for, whilst yes they've made it better, it doesn't necessarily, or it isn't necessarily the best one they could go for. And I would not be surprised at all if you see a Ferrari or a Red Bull-esque type side pod on the Mercedes car in 2023. But I'm very confident in Mercedes being a championship contender and winning the championship next season. I'm very confident in that. And with the quality they clearly have at that team, and we can see how much they've improved in just half a season compared to where they were pretty much a midfield team at the start of the season. If they can keep that improvement up for the rest of the season and going into next season, I don't see why they won't be fighting for the championship. And their two drivers are clearly performing at a very high level. So if they do make a better car, then the two drivers will benefit from that quite a bit. Lab Gorilla says, what we need next season is Red Bull versus Mercedes. Those teams would really contend. Ignore Ferrari. They might pick off a race here or there, but they are a distraction from the real show. Yeah, I think if you want the best possible championship fight, you're going to probably need Red Bull versus Mercedes. I mean, we saw last year the championship fight between Verstappen and Hamilton was the best title fight we've had, I think, quite possibly ever in Formula One history. You could argue other ones, you know, Senna and Prost back in the day, or Schumacher-Hakkinen, or even the 1986 season where it was Prost versus the two Williams drivers, Piquet and Mansell. But I think last year, in terms of quality and the quality driving especially, last year's title fight was the best that I've ever seen. And I think if we got a repeat of that, I don't think the fans would have fans of Formula One would have that big of a problem with it if we had round 2 next year. Vince just says, remember last year when Russell was leading? I do remember that now you mention it. Yeah, he the reason is because what was it he did? He speed in the pit lane and overtake a load of cars or something like that, and then he gave it all back. I remember going mental at the time. Like, oh my god, Russell in a Williams is going to lead the Grand Prix. I think he might have led the race for like 1 or 2 laps. It was so funny. The start of that race, if you ever want to go back and listen to a watch-along of mine after this, obviously, watch-along that I'm going to have today, then go back and listen to last year's Hungarian one, because the first like 10-15 laps of that was hilarious, honestly. How much of a disadvantage is it to start the race on hard tyres? Asks Paul James Squibbs. Would Hamilton get overtaken by the medium tyre cars immediately if he went on hards, or could he hold position early? Unless you've got nothing really to lose, I would not start the race on a hard compound tyre, because especially on this track, with the lack of grip it'll have compared to, you know, if there was no rain this weekend, you won't get a good start off the line. I mean, we saw Russell, didn't we, in Silverstone when obviously he was took out on the first corner. The big reason why he ended up having that accident with Zhou and, was it Gasly or Tsunoda? Was it Gasly or Tsunoda? I can't remember exactly. But the reason he had that accident was because he had a really bad start on the hard tyre, because the hard tyre on the first lap or 2 of a race is very cold compared to the soft or the medium, which is why if you're going to start the race on the hardest compound, you've got to you can only really do that again if you've got nothing to lose. So I wouldn't be surprised, for example, if the Aston Martins start on the hard compound tyre, or Gasly start from the pit lane, the man on screen starts on the hard compound tyre, but I don't think Lewis Hamilton will, because if he did, he'd probably end up 10th or 11th by the end of the first lap, and then he would have to struggle for a few laps to get his tyres up to temperature, and we know the Mercedes car also struggles to fire its tyres up. So, yeah, I would not start on the hard tyres. I think that'd be a mistake from them. Vince says hard start should fall back a bit, then make them up later. Really, I think if there's going to be hard tyre, people on the hard tyre on the first lap, it'll be people who haven't really got that much to lose. Again, I think Sergio Perez could, because Perez doesn't really have that much to lose. He's not in a championship fight, but he is in a Red Bull in a much lower position than he would expect, so he doesn't really have anything to lose in P11. Verstappen does have something to lose, because obviously he is leading the championship. So I guess, they have something to lose there. So I think Verstappen will start on the mediums. So really, the front 10 will avoid starting on hard tyres, but because Checo is faster than the cars behind him, he can start on hards relatively risk-free. Yeah, kind of, but also because Perez is not fighting for anything really this season, championship-wise, and he's starting so far back anyway, he may as well just start on the hard tyre Maybe Verstappen could do that, but you got to remember with Max, he's on the dirty side of the grid, so he'd get an even worse start than you would on the clean side. Let's have a look through the chat for some more comments. Blade Rise comes up with their prediction and says difficult, but I'd say Sainz to win from Leclerc, Russell, Norris, Hamilton, Verstappen, Alonso, Perez, Ocon, Ricciardo for the top 10. Yeah, I could see that happening for sure. Let's see if we can find anything else. Miss Marquise says Leclerc, Russell, Sainz, Verstappen, Norris, Hamilton, Perez, Alonso, Ocon, Ricciardo. So you've gone for the same prediction as mine, except for Norris finishing 5th instead of 4th. Again, I think that's very possible. I mean, obviously, I think it'd be possible if I predicted basically 99% of it. Paul James Squibbs commenting, safety cars seem to be one of the major influences on strategy. Would a late safety car around lap 30 play into the hard tyre strategy? Yeah, it would. If you start on the hard compound tyre, you could probably go about 30, 35 laps into the race, maybe a tad longer. And yeah, if you got a safety car on lap 30, you'd be able to put on mediums, and then maybe go to the end, or you could put on another set of hard tyres, and then, you know, race your way through the field on a fresher set of tyres, maybe. But yeah, if there is a safety car on lap 30, then that is possible. Thing is, though, at the Hungaroring, we have had safety cars here. I think last year we had a red flag because of the massive crash at turn 1 and all the debris and cars all strewn about all over the track. Safety cars do happen here, but normally it'll be on a first lap. So if there's not a safety car or any incidents on lap 1, there probably won't be a safety car throughout the entire Grand Prix. Because last year, we had a safety car / red flag on lap 1 last year, but 2020, we didn't have a safety car on the first lap in 2020. 2019, there wasn't one. There wasn't one in 2018 or 2017 or 2016, or 2015. I don't think there was a safety car on the first lap, but in 2015 there was a safety car, I think, on lap 40, I think it was, and that's what made that race very exciting in the final third race distance of that particular Hungarian Grand Prix. But yeah, if there's not a safety car on the first lap or two, then I think we'll go the whole race without one, which will, I guess, negate that happening. Lab Gorilla says, I think Verstappen will do incredibly well to keep his nose clean, starting from the middle of the pack. Must be so random in such a tight circuit. He could easily be collected by someone else. Absolutely. We saw it last year, obviously, with Valtteri Bottas. Vinster says, Red Bull starting in the middle of the field kind of blows. Might ought to take engines if needed and start at the back. I can update you that they have took on new power units, both Red Bulls, but have not had a grid drop because of the new regulations they've made for Parc Fermé in regards to the power units. Gasly, though, will start from the pit lane because they didn't notify the technical delegate, I think, in time, did AlphaTauri. So, yeah, they've got new power units pretty much on board, but I'm not sure around this track that's going to make that big of a difference, really. Lab Gorilla, how have the Mercedes been starting this season? Ferraris have had pretty average starts, but have not kept an eye on the Mercs. Well, last weekend it was really good. Obviously, Hamilton went up to 3rd ahead of Perez. Got a very good start, and as well, got a very good start on the dirty side of the grid. Both Mercedes cars today on the clean side of the grid, which is good for them. Silverstone, Hamilton got a great start. Can't remember what he did in Austria and what Mercedes did in Austria with their starts. No, Russell got a good start in Austria, but obviously got or made contact with Perez later on in the lap. And then Canada was a decent start. Where else? I think Baku, they made an okay start as well. So Mercedes normally have a good start to a Grand Prix. And yeah, with both cars on the clean side of the grid, that should help them quite a bit in this Grand Prix today. Doesn't Mercedes have better race pace than qualifying usually? Asks Shibu. Yeah. And you know, they will still be quick, Mercedes, to a certain extent. They'll be pretty much on the pace of the Red Bulls, if not just a tad slower, you know, a tenth or two, maybe 0.3 of a second per lap at most, which is not, you know, that massive around this track. But they won't be on the pace of the Ferrari cars at all. I mean, in France, let's be honest, they were quick, but they weren't quick enough to win that race. They did need certain things to go their way. And, you know, Perez performing poorly and Leclerc's mistake, that was a big reason why they finished in second and third. Obviously, Lewis Hamilton did a great job to finish in second and, you know, had a great start to the race and all, but the pace was good in France in the race, but it wasn't, you know, right on the pace of Red Bull. Max Verstappen still easily won that Grand Prix out front by like 10 seconds. Labgura, so Ferraris might be able to pick up Russell at the start, off the start. I haven't a clue about Russell except that he seems really, really consistent, but is he a hard racer? Today will tell, I guess. We have kind of seen that in Spain. We saw how hard of a racer he is, where he had a great fight with Max Verstappen. Eden, will you talk while the race starts? Yes. I'm not, when the race starts, obviously I'm going to go silent. If you're new here, what we do is a race watch-along. I will rename the stream, by the way, in a moment to race watch-along. What I do, essentially, is I'll show a slideshow pictures on screen, have a running order, a lap counter on the screen, and what I do is basically like radio-style commentary, guiding you through the whole race. So if you can't watch the race, or you want to watch this alongside the race, then don't worry. I will be doing that. AI learn your timing. Yeah, the porn bots here at the best time. Lab Gorilla asks, can you explain why the FIA been accused of working with Mercedes to bring them into the fight again? Something about a Merc employee working with Ferrari, with the FIA. Yeah, apparently one of Toto Wolff's, I can't remember who it was. Was it a lawyer of the Mercedes team from last year? Is now working with the FIA, and I think she's a female. I think it is. They're on about. Yeah. There's a bit of controversy there, but I think it's mostly just conspiracy theory. Astro Stevo gives his prediction for the race of a chaotic race with lots of drama, he says, and it'll be Russell, Leclerc, Ricciardo, Alonso, Vettel for the top 5. Well, Vettel is starting 18th, so that would have to be a mental race for that to happen. Paul James Squibb says, if teammates start beside each other on the grid, are there any obvious tactics they can employ to protect each other's positions? Not really, no, because of how tight it is and how important it is to gain position on the first lap. So no, I don't think really there is any ploys you can roll out. No, Chazza, that is so not right. We did actually receive news today. I don't know if you guys know about this, that Michael Massey has signed a... what was it? He signed some sort of document that means he can't talk about... Because he's left the FIA. He's gone back to Australia. He signed some sort of document that means he can't talk about the Abu Dhabi controversy, I think, for a certain amount of time. This should be an interesting race with Leclerc winning, says Noel. Dwayne, do you play any racing games? I have played the F1 2022 game. I've got to say, though, I know I'm not absolutely at my best on the wheel yet, but the new F1 game, I really do not like. The reason is two things. One, the cars don't feel any heavier than last year's cars when they should, because these cars this year are quite a bit heavier than last year's cars. And secondly, the traction on F1 22 is so bad. Even drivers have said that the traction is the biggest difference between real life and the actual game. It's so bad on the F1 game, honestly. Lots of people complained about it. I know there's been a patch for the new game, but it still doesn't feel good. I mean, Bahrain feels like absolute death, especially if you're in like a not a good car. I mean, I'm trying to do a career mode in like a midfield team, but yeah, the car just feels terrible at Bahrain. All those slow speed corners. And the AI as well are quite OP. It's not good either. But what I'm going to do quickly, guys, is I am going to rename the stream and then post a link out in a couple places. And then we'll get on with the rest of the teams, as we are only 40 minutes away now from the start. From the start of the Grand Prix. Grandmaster Yoda says, so EA are lazy. They copy iRacing. I think there's a couple tracks that they have laser scanned. I think Melbourne and Catalonia, I think. The Melbourne track feels really good, I've got to say, but yeah, the Bahrain track feels like absolute death, really. Anyway, let me just post the link of this string back out in a couple places, and then we'll move on with the rest of the stream. So keep your comments coming, guys, and let me know in the chat. Again, if you haven't already, let me know, what is your final prediction for the race today? Give me at least your top 5, and I'll get into that. I'll try and get into that, as many of that or those comments as I can before the race begins. But let me just post a link again on Twitter and do the hashtags quickly, and then we'll go on to the midfield teams. The midfield battle not looking that exciting, really. I mean, yeah, McLaren and Alpine are looking obviously exciting for this race today, but about, you know, Alfa Romeo and Aston Martin and that, it's not looking great. As I'm just seeing, Max Verstappen has come out onto the track, because the cars have now come out onto track to make their way to the grid. Verstappen's gone into turn 2 and locked up his inside front massively and gone off the track. He didn't go into the barriers, though, if you're wondering. But I don't think he's going to start on that tyre that he was on, the soft compound tyre. That would be that would not be a good decision at all. Yes, he would make his way through the field very quickly for the first few laps, but his tyre would go off pretty quickly. I remember when there's also an AlphaTauri there locking up massively going into turn 2, sorry. I remember Charles Leclerc here in 2020 started on the, or it didn't start, in 2020 they started the race with intermediate tyres. Everyone went to the medium tyre, I think, except Charles Leclerc and the Ferrari. This shows you, again, how bad Ferrari are when it comes to strategy. And it paid off for him for about the first 5 laps, and then he started losing 4 seconds a lap to literally everyone around him, and was like the slowest car on the track. So yeah, you do not want to use a soft compound tire today, unless it's like the final 10 laps and there's, you know, a safety car has just come in or something like that. Anyway, 36 minutes to go until lights out, so I think we'll get into the midfield. So let me readjust, and here we go. Let's go into Alpine. And yeah, Alpine, great qualifying result for them yesterday. Also, great job by Esteban Ocon, who deserves a big shout out for how he did in qualifying, out-qualifying teammate Alonso, when Alonso was looking so quick yesterday. But yeah, like I showed with the data earlier, Alpine do not have the pace to maintain 5th and 6th. They will probably end up finishing with both cars between 8th and 10th. Maybe if a couple retirements happen, they could get 7th and 9th, or 7th and 10th, something like that, which would be still a decent points haul for them. But compared to McLaren, they're clearly slower. And yeah, they just got to get a double points finish today, even if it's a 9th and a 10th. That would be still an okay result, given that they just don't have the pace of the cars around them, and qualifying definitely made them look a lot better than they actually are for this race today. So if you're an Alpine fan, don't expect too much. The only thing Alpine could do, or their drivers could do, that could give them a bit of a better result than I'm expecting, is Fernando Alonso doing his classic defensive driving where he deliberately backs off, to slow the cars behind him up, which you never know, that could happen today, because we know he is very confident when it comes to defending his position. We saw last year when he was fighting Lewis Hamilton, and Hamilton was in a much faster car, that Alonso did a great job holding him back, so it will be tough to pass Fernando on the track here today. And just seeing a lot of lockups on the way to the grid from a lot of drivers. Russell locking up and going over the chicane at turn 6 and 7. And McLaren. Lots of lockups there. And according, apparently, to AWS, the best strategy is to start on the soft compound tyre. Again, I'm not sure that strategy is going to work out in this race. I really don't think it will. But anyway, let's move on to the rest of the teams. Alfa Romeo, very good result for them. Obviously, Alfa Romeo, if you don't know, have a new floor for this weekend's Grand Prix. And in the end, it did prove that it was working for them. Gave them probably an extra quarter of a second that they needed to get Bottas decently into the top 10 in 8th place. And Zhou Guanyu qualified 12th. So for Alfa Romeo, they've got a pretty good starting position. Now, even though I don't think Valtteri Bottas will finish in the points, and I don't expect the pace of the Alfa Romeo today to be that great, he will still have a good chance of getting a points finish today. Let's make sure to say that. The Alfa Romeo we have seen most times this season has had pretty good pace on race day. I just don't think, because of where McLaren and Alpine are on the grid, that Bottas and Alfa Romeo will really be able to do that much against those two other midfield teams. But as long as the teams behind them in the Constructors' Championship don't score points, then I don't think Alfa Romeo will be that bothered, to be honest, if they finish like 11th and 12th in this Grand Prix, which is probably where they will finish if F1 was to finish this Hungarian Grand Prix. So, decent pace from Alfa Romeo, but not enough, I don't feel, to get a point today. But if there is a couple retirements from people in the top 10 that are not Valtteri Bottas, then he could maybe sneak a couple points in this Grand Prix today. Let's move on to the Haas team. Let me just adjust this picture quickly. The upgrade that they brought has not worked. Kevin Magnussen was 0.4 of a second quicker than Mick Schumacher in qualifying, and Magnussen starts 13th with Mick Schumacher in 15th. But really, I mean, Magnussen, let's be honest, Mick has, yes, improved in 2022 in the last few races, but Kevin has been quite comfortably the quicker driver over a single lap. You would expect there to be a couple tenths of a second difference between Magnussen and Schumacher anyway, with the same specification of car. And obviously Mick is not running the new upgrades. So for Kevin to only be 0.4 of a second quicker than Mick and in 13th place shows that this upgrade, I don't believe, has worked. Unless they're kind of like McLaren last weekend in France, where, McLaren's upgrade definitely improved their car, but they just didn't maximize it and fully understand how to get the best out of it. Maybe, that's what's happening here with Haas. But if that's not the case, then I think Haas F1 are in trouble here when it comes to this upgrade, because this was supposed to be this upgrade, the one that turned them into a team, consistently fighting for points, rather than a team that here or there gets some points. But I don't think this upgrade has really worked for them. This upgrade, if it was going to work, it should really work at a track like this, where aero is so important, especially on the rear end. But yeah, just not working really for them this weekend. We'll see in future races whether it does, but I don't think Haas F1 today are going to do that well. Probably will score no points. Next up, AlphaTauri. AlphaTauri are shit. There's nothing really else to say. 16th and 20th they are on the grid pretty much. And yeah, they've probably got the worst car, or one of the worst cars on the grid this weekend. And yeah, their car is absolute dog shit. Aston Martin, also another shit car. Yeah, very brutal to say that, but it's absolutely the case. They may have brought this new upgrade that people thought may have not been legal, but no one's going to care anymore because it clearly has not improved the pace of the car. As in qualifying, they were 14th and 18th. I mean, maybe you could argue they were slightly quicker because Stroll was so high up compared to where he normally is, because normally Stroll gets knocked down Q1, but 14th and 18th for the whole team does not really sound like an improvement. So yeah, I don't think Aston Martin have really improved. And hopefully for Sebastian Vettel, the man on screen, with this being his last ever Hungarian Grand Prix, hopefully he can have a decent race and finish, I don't know, 12th or 13th. That would be a pretty good race for him. And we'll now go into the Williams team quickly. And even though Nicholas Latifi ended up doing the third fastest Sector 1 time yesterday, still ended up qualifying in last position. Williams had a lot of pace in the first sector, but for the rest of the lap, Williams were very, very slow. Still lacking quite a bit of downforce compared to pretty much every other team. They should be more competitive at the next Grand Prix in Spa in a month's time. But yeah, today they're going to finish pretty much at the back with both cars. Alex Albon might get a decent result. Maybe not a points finish, but might get a decent result if there are a few retirements. But yeah, I don't see really anything great happening for Alex in this Grand Prix. As again, the Williams car is just not that quick. We'll go back on to these pictures. And let me readjust that. And yeah, we've got 28 minutes. Oh god, my phone almost fell off my my table there. Didn't want that to happen, obviously. Don't want it to break, but also it would have made a very loud noise. But yeah, we've got 28 minutes to go until the race starts here in Hungary. And I'm just looking at Martin Brundle's grid walk, and yeah, it's just overcast. There's no real threatening clouds about, so I think it will be fine in terms of the weather. The only thing to worry about for the drivers is the wind, because there is a 17-kilometer-an-hour wind, so that'll be a bit of a tough thing for the drivers to cope with, especially in the higher speed corners. But guys, in the chat, let me know, what do you think of the midfield teams today? How do you think they'll get on? And if you've not given me your prediction for the race today, then make sure to post it in the chat, and I'll get onto it when I can. And also, Michael Massey revealed that he received death threats after Abu Dhabi, which is very disappointing and sad about that happening. But I'm not surprised because of the reaction it caused online. Just trying to see on Twitter if there's any news. Can't see anything at the moment. Any new news out there. So I'll come back to you guys in the chat. And yeah, keep your comments coming. Nitish, I think it is. I may have mispronounced that, but I'll try my best. Asks, will rain come during the race? I looked at the radar right before we started this stream, and the only thing it said is there might be a passing shower, like that lasts, I don't know, 2 or 3 minutes. Say once, maybe twice, but nothing serious to actually cause the drivers to go onto intermediate tyres. As Martin Brundle wants to interview Fernando Alonso on the grid, but Alonso's like, no. Or he's at least going to let him wait to interview him. And I am very interested to see, despite Alpine, they're not going to be as quick today as they were in qualifying. I'm very interested to see how they do in the race. Because we know what Fernando is capable of. Obviously, Fernando finished 6th in France, 5th at Silverstone. Came from the pit lane to finish 10th in Austria. And probably would have got a podium in Canada had it not been for a loss of ERS that cost him a second per lap in Canada. So, yeah. Let's find some comments in the chat quickly. Oscar Oli, I think it is, or Ollie, asks, can anybody tell me where the F2 cars are maintained if they drive on the same day as F1? I think, because I saw the F2 cars, what do you call it? As Alonso, yeah, he's absolutely shunned Martin there for an interview. What do you call it? The F2 cars, I think they have a place somewhere in the paddock, some back road they go down where they store the cars to make room. Grandmaster Yoda gives his prediction of Sainz to win the race today from Russell, Max, Lewis, Norris, and then Leclerc turbo blow. His engine have lasted too long at the minute. Yeah, to be honest, it is a bit of a surprise that Ferrari have lasted with Leclerc when it comes to reliability. I mean, yeah, he did have that pedal issue, throttle issue in Austria. But, yeah, he took on his new power unit in Canada. So he's done 1, 2, 3, 4 races with that engine. So he's going to be close to suffering reliability issues with that power unit, and I would not be surprised, to be honest, if he did suffer a problem today. Jamie Allen says Sainz, Russell, Verstappen for the top 3. John Hawkins says Leclerc, Russell, Sainz, Verstappen, Hamilton. Simon says Sainz, Leclerc, Russell, Max, Norris. Brad Moz, great to see you in chat, says Leclerc, Sainz, Verstappen, Russell, Norris for the top 5, and also asks, Chaz, who will replace Sebastian Vettel? And by the way, I'm just looking. Apparently, Automotor Sport reported that Max had an MG UK problem yesterday. So, yeah, that's why they had to change the power unit there. What was I going to say? Yeah, who is replacing Vettel for next year? It looks as though it could be Mick Schumacher, but I'm still not sure about that. I'm still not sure Mick will actually leave for Aston Martin. And to be honest, I think if he left, it would be a very bad career move for Mick Schumacher. I know Sebastian is his mentor, and Sebastian has recommended him to the high heavens, but Aston Martin are not going anywhere for years. Aston Martin are not going to be anything for the next few years. They're just going to be a midfield team. It would be, at best, a sideways move for Mick Schumacher. So I don't think he should leave for Aston Martin. And if he has anyone advising him correctly and objectively, then they should be saying that yeah, moving to Aston Martin would not be a good move for you. If it's not Mick, though, then I think probably Piastri or Daniel Ricciardo. I mean, I said on Friday, I think it'd be either Ricciardo or Piastri driving the Aston Martin next year. And, yeah, we'll see. But, like I said, if Mick Schumacher goes to Aston Martin, that would be a bad move for him. Because he would, yeah, he'd be stuck in the midfield for at least another 3 or 4 years. When, obviously, at the moment, he's part of the Ferrari Driver Academy. And is in line for a Ferrari drive possibly in 2025, 2026. If he continues to improve and really starts performing at quite a high level in that Haas team. So, yeah, not sure it's the smartest decision there for Mick if he leaves. What Paul James Squibbs. I've got a feeling, it says I've got a feeling something diabolical is going to happen at the start involving the Ferraris and change the field. Maybe let Hamilton up the field early. We'll see. I mean, it hasn't happened yet this season, has it? Contact between the two drivers, Leclerc and Sainz, but it almost happened in the sprint race in Austria. So, yeah. It's still, I guess, on the bingo board for ways Ferrari can fuck up a race. Apparently Sky Germany reporting that it gets increasingly likely that it will rain during the start. But looking at the current live pictures, it doesn't look that way. And again, if it does rain, it will just be a passing shower, I think. Lab Griller says, Paul, I hope you're wrong or I'll have to shut down and cry. Camel says Latifi was coming with good lap, but he messed up on the last corner, didn't he? Yeah, he did. He lost half a second at the final corners, and he probably would have got into Q. He probably would have got into Q3. No, Q2, not Q3. Jesus Christ, he's not that great. Right. Let's look at some other comments here before we get into the final few minutes before the race. Brabham says, to be fair to Massey, the broadcast radio thing really made his job a lot more difficult than it needed to be. The thing is, the teams talking to the FIA, that's existed for a very long time. The only difference was we got to hear it, so we were able to scrutinise. That increased pressure on Michael. Because yeah, the FIA and the teams have been able to communicate via the radio for I think 20-25 years. It's been a thing for a long time, but we didn't get to hear the actual transmissions until last year. But thankfully, we don't get to hear it anymore because it did get ridiculous at the end of the season. A bit like, football players complaining about the opposite team and, why are you not sending him off and all that type of stuff. It was basically like that. With Red Bull and Mercedes. James says Hamilton will win. Seb finished 9th. I am a fan of both driver. Brabham says I still think Hulk has a 20% chance. I really hope that Hulkenberg doesn't get the Aston Martin seat. I don't hate the guy, but I am so done with the guy. In terms of his F1 career, he's already proven he's not good enough. He's never going to finish on the podium or ever get like a properly great result. So, yeah. And the thing is with Aston Martin, because, losing Sebastian Vettel is a big loss for them because obviously he's a star driver and is a very, very good driver. If they were to get Mick Schumacher or Nico Hulkenberg, that would be quite a step down on Sebastian Vettel. Then what they need to do is replace Vettel with someone who can get as close to his speed and his experience as possible. So either, and if that is what they're trying to look at in replacing him, the only two drivers they should be looking at is Daniel Ricciardo, because of Ricciardo's experience, and still he does have good pace, Ricciardo, and Oscar Piastri, because even though Oscar is not experienced at all when it comes to Formula 1, Oscar is very quick. And I think, a Schumacher Stroll or a Hulkenberg Stroll lineup at Aston Martin would not inspire any belief from me that Aston Martin are going to do anything in the next few years. Astro Stevo says, I don't think Ricciardo will move from McLaren. Gasly, a few people suggesting that he may be the best choice for both him and Aston Martin. Well, Gasly's confirmed to be at Aston Martin, confirmed to be at AlphaTauri next season, so he won't be at Aston Martin next season. And Gasly should not be aiming to go there because, again, it would be a sideways move. Aston Martin are even worse this season than AlphaTauri, so yeah, that would not be a good move, but. I know, like I said, I know who I'd be going for if I was the Aston Martin team, either Ricciardo or Piastri, if you want a good replacement for Vettel in 2023. John Hawking says Red Bull's rain machine just about to be switched on. Not sure what you're in reference to there. I think hold on, what's this in the chat? Problem with car. Christian, not sure what. What's going on? Is there a problem with someone's car? Red Bull car? What's going on? I can't see anything in the chat. Apparently, according to F1 Insider, which is supposedly a person within the paddock who works for a team, this was an hour ago, tweeted out, light rain expected during the whole race now, with the heaviest rain expected at the halfway point in the Grand Prix. So, hold on to your seats, guys, because this could get very, very exciting. And good to see Nib in chat. He says Aston are mid. They're worse than mid. They're absolute shit. That's what they are. And by the way, if you're wondering why Nib is not on, again, he has a sore throat from COVID. So understandable that he would miss this race. Because, I mean, I'm going to be screaming my head off today. If it does rain, especially. So it would, yeah, not be great for Nib. Because if he also screamed his head off, he wouldn't be able to speak by the end of the race. Oh, we were talking about qualifying, right? Problem, Astro Steve says, problem with Aston Martin is Stroll is taking up and wasting one seat. That is true. That is true. But the thing is, you know, we know Stroll is going to be Aston Martin for his entire F1 career. I don't see Stroll ever leaving that team unless Lawrence, his father, decides to pull pulls funding from the team and decides to sell it to someone else. As Lando Norris, after the national anthems have just been gone through, is now talking with Sky F1 shortly before the race. Yeah, we know Stroll is going to be at Aston Martin forever. So what Aston Martin are going to have to do is put alongside him a driver that is a step up on Stroll. And a step up on Stroll would be a Ricciardo or a Piastri. A Schumacher or a Hülkenberg would be basically Aston Martin just putting two midfield drivers in their car, somehow expecting them, you know, and then somehow expecting to become a more of a front-running team in the future. That would be, you know, it wouldn't make any sense, really, for them. And yeah, rain expected for the start. I did actually read out that that thing you sent me right before you sent it me from Tammy. But yeah, Sky Germany reporting that it's increasingly likely of rain at the start. But currently looking at the Sky F1 footage, and it looks like it might be just spitting slightly with rain. There's nothing yet that indicates a proper shower. But the wind, I will say, has picked up quite a bit. So maybe that rain is now starting to make its way in. As we've got 12 minutes, guys, to go until the race begins. If you've got any final predictions for the race, let me know in the chat. Because in about 3 or 4 minutes' time, I am going to get into my final stats and the grid order and all of that before the race gets going. So if you've got any final comments, then make sure to post it now. And I think one thing I'm going to do quickly is Charles Leclerc, can tell you, is just getting his overalls on and his helmet on. I'm just going to quickly have a quick drink and then read out probably 2 or 3 more comments, and then we'll get on to the final little bits before the race starts. So, yeah, make sure to keep posting in chat. And if you are just joining the stream, again, let me know in the chat, who do you think is going to win this Hungarian Grand Prix, wet or dry? And don't forget as well, for everyone watching right now, to smash that like button as well. That would be great. But, yeah, I'll be back in a second. And let me just quickly. Oh, let me just quickly readjust my position in my chair for the race, and there you go. So let me just read out 2 or 3 more comments, like I said, and then we'll get cracking. Noah Backer says Leclerc, Russell, Max for the top 3. Brooke says, I predict Nib will be shouting at the TV screen regardless of being on stream or not. Well, it is like 2, 3 a.m., I think, in Australia, so he won't want to shout too much. Aish, where he says Ferrari will fuck the race strategy. Sainz will go against their calls to win or stay on the podium. We'll see. We'll see. Obviously, with possible rain falling for the start, strategy will be very, very important. What do the teams do? Do they... And there is, on the radar, that rain shuttle. What do the teams do? Do they go for inters or dries at the start? This is a critical moment now for the teams, because I think you have to have your starting tyres on. Is it 3 minutes before the race at the latest? So they've got another 5 minutes, really, to make a decision as to what they are doing with their tyres. Right, let me just find 2 more comments quick. Christian says Norris for the win. McLaren's been strong all weekend. Brabham says at least Nib doesn't have to announce his toilet breaks tonight, although it would be funny if he did it in chat. Christian says, can someone block this love chat BS? We keep blocking it, and what was it? We keep hiding the user in the channel, but it just keeps coming back. Yeah, it's very, very annoying. There's nothing we can do about it, really. The only thing I could do is maybe go into my settings after the race, but anyway, there's nothing I can do at the moment. And yeah, this right here would be exactly the time when Ferrari would make a bad call. But it is on a knife edge. What do you do? Do you start the race on dries or inters? I don't think it's absolutely... You know, it's not absolutely clear right now what you would or should do. It looks still to me to be good enough for dry tyres, but it's very close to... Yeah, that's the problem with those spam bots. They're under a different name, a slightly different name. Let me look actually up the chat to see. Yeah, they always have like a slightly different name each time to evade it. There's nothing really you can do. 2 days ago, 75% chance of rain in Q3 and 20 for the race. Just goes to show how bad the forecasts are. Well, the forecast, weather forecasts change all the time. It's an evolving thing, and weather forecasts are just that. They are a forecast, a prediction. They're not an absolute certainty, which is why, yeah, it can change quite a bit. Anyway, let's get into, before the race gets going, some final stats and championship standings and the grid order of today's 2022 Hungarian Grand Prix. So let's get into some stats regarding the teams first. Red Bull, Max Verstappen has never won the Hungarian Grand Prix in his F1 career. Would be an amazing job if he won it today. Max, though, does have 2 podium finishes in Hungary since 2019, and Red Bull's last win here in Hungary was in 2014 with Daniel Ricciardo. As it appears, there is a new set of tyres going on Russell's car, which is interesting. That could be a set of inters. But yeah, Red Bull's last win in Hungary was in 2014 with Daniel Ricciardo 8 years ago. That was also a pretty crazy wet, dry Grand Prix here at the Hungaroring. For Ferrari, Charles Leclerc's never finished on the podium here in Hungary, with 4th, his personal best from 2019. Leclerc In the last 9 races, since the Emilia-Romagna Grand Prix, has only had 2 podium finishes. His form has been terrible, not because of himself, but mostly because of the Ferrari team. And Ferrari's last win in Hungary was in 2017 with Sebastian Vettel. That weekend, it was a 1-2 in qualifying and a 1-2 in the race. For Mercedes and Lewis Hamilton, watch out for him today, is because he has won this Hungarian Grand Prix 8 times in his F1 career, and I believe has the most wins ever at the Hungaroring. Mercedes have won also the Hungarian Grand Prix 5 times since 2013. Lewis is currently on his longest streak without a win. I think, actually, no, that was wrong from Thursday. I should have changed that in time. But Lewis is still on a pretty bad run in terms of not winning a Grand Prix. It's been, I think, 14 races now since his last win in Formula 1. And we'll finally go into a stat with AlphaTauri. Yes, they're starting very low down on the grid, but they do have, historically, a great record here. Pierre Gasly has finished inside the top 6 of every Hungarian Grand Prix he has raced in, except for 2020. And AlphaTauri / Toro Rosso have finished in the points at every Hungarian Grand Prix since 2014, except for 2020. So despite their bad pace, this is a good track for them on race day. And just a quick reminder of the championship standings going into this Grand Prix. Max Verstappen leading by 63 points. Even if Leclerc gains 15 or 20 points over Max today, the gap will still be pretty big in Max's favour. Perez just behind Leclerc in 3rd. Carlos Sainz 4th. George Russell 5th. Could go, you never know, up to 3rd in the Drivers' Championship today. Lewis Hamilton is 6th, with Norris 7th, Ocon 8th, Bottas 9th, and Fernando Alonso in 10th. And then in the constructors' standings, Red Bull almost 100 points cleared. They're absolutely fine when it comes to this championship as well. Ferrari only 44 points clear of Mercedes in the constructors' championship. Alpine are currently 4th, but that might change today based off of how quick McLaren have been. Alfa Romeo is 6th, with Haas 7th, AlphaTauri 8th, Aston Martin 9th, and Williams in 10th. And let's get on to now, guys, the starting grid for this Hungarian Grand Prix here in Budapest. So your front row is George Russell and Carlos Sainz. It is Russell's first ever pole position in Formula 1. Charles Leclerc and Lando Norris line up on row 2. On the 3rd row, it's an Alpine lockout on the 3rd row, with Esteban Ocon ahead of Fernando Alonso. Ocon obviously won this Grand Prix last year. On the 4th row, it's the ex-teammates and quite possibly the most successful driver, partnership or lineup of all time. Lewis Hamilton and Valtteri Bottas. Obviously, Bottas now at Alfa Romeo. And 2 ex-teammates as well on the 5th row in 9th and 10th. Daniel Ricciardo and Max Verstappen obviously used to be teammates at Red Bull. Then P11 and P12, it is Sergio Perez and Zhou Guanyu. 13th and 14th is Kevin Magnussen and Lance Stroll. 15th and 16th, Mick Schumacher and Yuki Tsunoda. Tsunoda finished in 6th place here last year. And then the penultimate row of the grid, Alex Albon and Sebastian Vettel, obviously both used to race for the Red Bull team, and Sebastian retiring at the end of the season. And this is incorrect. Gasly will not be starting 19th, but this is essentially the back row of the grid. It will actually be Latifi in 19th, and Pierre Gasly will start from the pit lane. So that is your starting grid for today's 2022 Hungarian Grand Prix. And nope, there is not an hour and 15 minutes to go until the race. There is literally only like 2 minutes to go until the formation lap. So let me just get everything ready quickly. And that is your starting order. And let me get up all of my graphics. So, get ready, guys, for this Hungarian Grand Prix. As we are a minute away from the formation lap beginning, and we should be seeing in just a second who is on what tyre compound. And Nib has just sent me a message on Twitter saying that Russell is starting on the soft compound tyre, and both Ferraris are on the medium compound tyre. So that is interesting. And if you are new here, I do display what tyres the drivers are on during the race. So I will do that as the race goes on. But yeah, do bear with me, obviously, during the race whilst trying to get the tyres correct for who is on what compound. But yeah, the top three are on, Russell's on the soft, and they got the two Ferraris on the medium compound tyre. And now we wait to see them take off their tyre blankets, and we can see there clearly that Russell is on the soft compound tyre. That will give Russell very good grip off the line. And one thing that will help, even though I still don't think the soft tyre will be a great tyre today, one thing that will help is these very cool track conditions. So it won't wear the tyres out as much as it would have done if it was a lot hotter and the track surface was a lot drier than before. But Russell will also get a much better start on those tyres as long as he doesn't have a poor release off the clutch on the start, as the formation lap has now begun. And yeah, as soon as I know who is on what compound of tyre, I will update it on the screen as soon as I know. Rook says Norris is on the soft and Hamilton is on the medium. So let me just quickly update that. So good to see some differences in the field. That'll make things exciting. And yet, formation lap underway, and Russell is currently coming into turn 4. So he's just gone through the first sector as Russell. And like I've said before, the Mercedes car, pretty good off the line. So, wouldn't be surprised at all if they were leading into turn 1. I just saw a tweet from 8 minutes ago saying that Mercedes are predicting heavy rain in 10 minutes. So, we could be seeing something incredible in a few minutes' time. And there you go. Obviously, I'll update the lap counter as the race goes on, as Russell, Sainz and Leclerc, the top 3, are now in the final sector on this formation lap. Followed by Norris, Ocon, and then it'll be Alonso. And now Russell slowly coming into the final corner. Will not want to wait too long on the grid, so might want to back up slightly to let at least the top 10 be close to him when lining up on the grid, as we're looking here at, I think, Fernando Alonso, who is also on the medium. So I think I've got the top 7 correct for what tyres they're on, but I'm not going to show it on screen yet until we've got it entirely correct. As they're going to release Gasly from his garage in a moment. Be interesting to see what tyre he goes on to. I can see there Tsunoda and Albon down the order on the soft compound tyre. As now, most of the field are lined up on the grid. And here comes Sebastian Vettel and Nicholas Latifi. The final 2 cars to line up on the grid. And Latifi is on the medium. Might be worth with AlphaTauri. Well, not sure they will, but they could go for an intermediate tyre. So, will George Russell get his first ever win today, or will Ferrari reign supreme in Hungary? Let's find out. 5 lights are on, and lights out, and away we go. And not a lightning start from anyone on the grid, really. Oh no, there has been from an Alpine. Russell, though, is leading into turn 1. And a Ferrari going right round the outside of, I think, Carlos Sainz. Might be Charles Leclerc, actually, in the first Ferrari there. But Russell leading into turn 1, and it's definitely damp. We can see that because the cars are not moving around the track as quickly and don't seem to have that much grip compared to what you would expect. But it is Russell leading, and then I think Well, I'm not sure who the first Ferrari is there. Yellow flag in Sector 1. Don't know who that is. As Hamilton has passed both Alpines there. So Hamilton is up to 5th. Great start for Lewis. And green flag now, so no idea what that was. And it would be nice if FOM actually showed what the order is, rather than leaving us guessing. But I believe it is Russell, Sainz, Leclerc, and then Norris, Hamilton, Ocon, Alonso. And you've got the 2 Red Bulls there in 8th and 9th place. The Verstappen 8th, Perez 9th. Great start there for Red Bull. And I think Daniel Ricciardo has had a poor start because he's behind a Haas car there. As we've got a virtual safety car. There must be some debris on track or something. So your top 10 on lap 2, guys, is Russell, Sainz, Leclerc, Norris, Hamilton, Ocon, Alonso, Verstappen, Perez. Magnussen is 10th for Haas. And yep, debris through turn 2 that needs to be picked up because it's right on the racing line. So it's Magnussen 10th. And then Ricciardo 11th. Schumacher is 12th. Bottas has had a shocking start. He's gone from 8th all the way down to 13th. There's a replay of the race start. And Russell got the better start, but Sainz got right in the slipstream straight away. Norris got a great start from P4, but Leclerc had too much grip in that Ferrari going round the outside. And Hamilton had a fantastic start. Almost went round the outside of Lando Norris at turn 1. Here's a replay, and yeah, much better start, obviously on the clean side of the grid. The Alpines were fighting with each other a bit on the inside into turn 1. Hamilton just sailed around the outside, got those 2 Alpines, and then almost got Norris as well. But Lewis is in a great position now. And if Mercedes do have really good race pace, a bit better than I was expecting and predicted from my data earlier, then maybe they'll be able to get a double podium here. As Valtteri Bottas didn't have a bad start, but was on the inside of turn 1 and just braked way too early, probably remembering last year. And then Alonso, I think, may have made some contact there with Ricciardo on the exit of turn 1. Definitely caused him to slow up on the exit of turn 1, and that's what I think affected Ricciardo there. As Alonso lost position, actually, to Verstappen and then got it back. Went round the outside at turn 2 and then down the inside for turn 3. A great start there for Alonso. And I'm guessing this is what happened. And it was I think it was Latifi going into the side of Sebastian Vettel there. As the race is back underway on lap 3. And Russell has ran off into the distance, which I find incredible because it was a lot closer than that when the virtual safety car came out. So I think Sainz may have been caught napping there. But it is. We are racing again. And let me just quickly get the order correct. So the top 13 is correct. And then you've got Stroll 14th. DRS enabled, by the way. Stroll 14th, and then Tsunoda 15th, Vettel 16th, and then Zhou has also had a very bad start. He's in 17th, and then Latifi is 18th, Gasly 19th, and Albon is in 20th. As George Russell, by the way, leads by 2.5 seconds from Carlos Sainz. An amazing start there. And let me now update the, or let me just do the lap counter quickly, as we're now on lap 4 out of 70, as Max Verstappen is all over the back of Fernando Alonso. I'm not sure, though, he might be able to go for a move into turn 1 because Alonso has DRS. No, he will, but Alonso covers him off. Yeah, we're on lap 4 out of 70, and let me just try and do the tyres now. So Russell is on the soft. Also, Verstappen and Perez are on the soft compound tyre and are making decent progress. And in these damp conditions, the soft tyre is definitely working well. And we can clearly see that for Russell. Saying that, Carlos Sainz has just took half a second out of George Russell in the first sector. But yeah, Verstappen currently all over the back of Alonso. Alonso has got to hang on to the back of his teammate to get that DRS to keep himself ahead of the Red Bull here. Ricciardo in 11th is on the soft compound. And then you got Schumacher and Bottas on the medium. And then Stroll, Tsunoda, Vettel are on the soft compound tyre. As I think they're about to begin lap 5. And yeah, let me just update the lap counter. And yeah, Carlos Sainz just took half a second out of Russell's lead. So Russell ain't going anywhere up front. And that was a new fastest lap for Carlos Sainz. Yeah, let me just do the rest of the tyres. You got Zhou and Latifi on mediums. And then Gasly on the soft in 19th. And then Albon in 20th. On the medium is Max Verstappen coming up to turn 4. Has overtaken Fernando Alonso. Didn't quite see what happened there. I think Alonso may have run a tad wide in turn 2. And that's what's given Verstappen now the position. Here we go. And yeah, Alonso ran a bit too wide. I think through exit turn 3. Went slightly off the track. And that's what has put Verstappen up now to P7. As Russell is actually matching Sainz now on this lap. So those are the tyres you can see on the left-hand side of your screen. And let me update that Max is actually on the soft compound tyre there. As no further investigation for Albon versus Vettel. It was Albon who had that problem, and Albon has pitted for a new front wing. As we're now on lap 6, and Carlos Sainz only gained maybe a 10th on that lap. On Russell, as here is Daniel Ricciardo having a go at Kevin Magnussen, and he's got a very good exit as Ricciardo from turn 1. And Ricciardo, will he get the position? No, Magnussen forces his way out the inside. Magnussen's got front wing damage, I can see there. So he might want to get that fixed at his next pit stop. But Magnussen has kept ahead as Perez is now harrying the back of Fernando Alonso. By the way, Lando Norris, his pace is kind of stabilised now on that soft tyre. He has now pulled over a second ahead of Lewis Hamilton, just about. And yeah, he's about 3 to 5 seconds off the 2 Ferraris right now is Lando Norris. As we're currently looking at Verstappen, who's all over the back of Ocon, as a black and orange flag for Magnussen, and that is because of his front wing. And Verstappen, I think, is about to overtake Ocon here because Verstappen looks quite a bit quicker. As we're now on lap 7, and Russell was lapping about the same time there as Carlos Sainz. As Max down the inside into turn 1 he goes, and Verstappen is up to 6th. And Ricciardo is up to 10th now because Kevin Magnussen has pitted. As Perez here trying to go round the outside of Alonso at turn 2. And brilliant move from Sergio Perez. So that's 2 Red Bulls past the 2, well, not the 2 Alpines, but past 2 Alpines on that lap. And I'll update what tyres they are on quickly, as Perez's next target will be Ocon. As you're seeing, by the way, exactly like I predicted, Alpine do not have the pace to maintain their track position, which is why we're seeing them so under pressure and being overtaken. And yeah, Perez up to 8th, and he'll probably pass Ocon in the next couple laps, maybe even the next lap. And yeah, great move from Sergio Perez around the outside of Fernando Alonso. So Red Bull will probably be able to get up to 6th and 7th, but it'll be interesting to see how much progress they'll be able to make from there on that tyre. I'm not sure that tyre is going to work that well from now on compared to the top 5. As Lewis Hamilton, I can tell you, is now within a second of Lando Norris, but he's nowhere near close enough to actually overtake. As let me update that Kevin Magnussen has dropped to last position. So Magnussen is in 20th. Don't know what tyre he's on. I'll check when I can. But I will try and update what tyres people are on. The Ricciardo up to 10th now, and he's on the soft compound tyre. He's only a couple seconds, is Ricciardo, behind Alonso. And obviously Alonso struggling a bit on that medium compound. So we'll see if he can get up to the back of Alonso, Daniel Ricciardo. That's a Stroll. Hold on, what am I doing? I've gone too far down, haven't I? Yeah, gone too far down when updating what tyre people are on. Sorry about that. As there are no position changes for the moment. We are still on lap... we are on lap 9, but the positions are still the same. Well, not maybe anymore, because Sergio Perez has gone down the inside of Esteban Ocon. And Perez is up to 7th. Ocon will try back, but he will not get that move done into turn 2. So let me update what tyre Perez is on. Perez is obviously on the soft, and then Ocon is on the medium, as we're looking at Russell on board, lap 9, and Russell is actually pulling away from Carlos Sainz. So Mercedes have got the pace, by the looks of it. They've got the race pace, which is very important for them. Ferrari, on this medium tyre, not showing the pace they showed on Friday, where they were, on average, 0.7 of a second quicker than the rest of the pack. That's not showing up right now. They're actually slower than Mercedes, which, well, nobody saw coming there. And let me just update these final couple tyres. Kevin Magnussen, by the way, has come out, last. And Magnussen is on the hard compound tyre. Be interesting to see how that hard tyre works in these track conditions. As we are now on lap 10 out of 70. Still 60 laps to go here. And Russell 2.4 clear of Sainz, and then Leclerc is only 1.5 seconds behind his teammate. Norris has Lewis Hamilton all over the back of him, and Norris about 4.5 seconds behind, or just over 4 seconds behind Charles Leclerc in 4th place. So Mercedes have got some very good race pace today, as I've just seen Sebastian Vettel has passed Yuki Tsunoda for 14th place, so good race so far for Aston Martin. And Russell has pulled away further. He's now 2.7 clear, and Leclerc continuing to catch Sainz. So maybe Carlos, who set that fastest lap early on, has burnt through his tyres. As Max Verstappen is now all over the back of Norris and Hamilton. And I think the reason is because Norris's tyres have gone off and are going off progressively even more. And Hamilton definitely can go a lot quicker than he is at the moment, as we're now on lap 11. And Hamilton, will he go down the inside now? No, he probably should have sent that, because I think Norris would have let him go. And now he's got Max Verstappen crawling all over the back of him. Thankfully for Lewis, Max didn't get a proper run at him on the exit of turn 1. And so the field is now pretty much stabilised. The only other close fights out there, other than this one, for 4th, 5th and 6th, is the fight for 12th, for 11th, 12th, 13th between Schumacher, Bottas and Stroll. As, Norris, to be honest, I think McLaren, I mean, if they could keep Norris out there and keep Norris ahead of Hamilton for as long as possible, that would be great. But they might want to pit Lando because his pace right now is nowhere near as good as it could be on a better set of tyres. Like I said, the soft compound does wear out pretty quickly, and that is happening here for Norris. Interestingly, though, it's not happening for Verstappen really that much, or Russell, who has now begun lap 12. And Russell did lose a bit of time to Sainz on that lap, about 3 or 4 tenths of a second, but he still has a 2 to 2.3 second buffer. As here comes Lewis Hamilton down the inside of Lando Norris at turn 1. And will Verstappen get Norris on the exit? Possibly. Yeah, he probably will. Round the outside. And Verstappen gets him as well. So yeah, McLaren lacking a lot of pace here, which I did not see coming. And Norris has lost 2 positions in 2 corners. And let me just update those tyres quickly, because obviously Hamilton is on the medium and Verstappen is on the soft compound tyre. It's going to be interesting, though, to see what happens at Ferrari, because Carlos Sainz is, 2.2 off the lead. Charles Leclerc, though, is just over a second behind his teammate, and Leclerc is quicker than Sainz right now. So what will Ferrari do? Will they decide to go or put Leclerc on an undercut, possibly? Because Leclerc definitely the quicker driver right now. That is pretty clear to see. He's almost within a second and almost has DRS on Carlos Sainz. Now, Lando Norris has already dropped over a second behind Hamilton and Verstappen and now has Sergio Perez all over the back of him, and Perez easily passes him for 6th. They've got to pit Norris. His pace is really bad right now. So Perez up to 6th. And yeah, I mean, Ocon is only 4 seconds behind. And I'm sure Alpine will probably start lapping a bit quicker. And also, I've noticed Ricciardo has dropped a bit behind dropped a bit behind Alonso, because it was only like 2.5 seconds. Now it's 4 seconds. So they've got to pit Norris, or else they're going to blow a lot of time out there on the track. As Zhou Guan Yu has moved up to 15th place. You'd expect him to, because he qualified in 12th. Just trying to remember what tyres they were on. So Tsunoda is on the soft, and Zhou is on the medium. So yeah, good progress there for Zhou. And the next car for him to overtake is only 2 seconds ahead of Sebastian Vettel, as Russell begins lap 14 out of 70. Max Verstappen, by the way, after overtaking Norris right after Hamilton, has now dropped 1.5 seconds behind Lewis. So Mercedes have definitely got better race pace than than Red Bull do. And McLaren, what are they doing? Ricciardo has lost another 1.5 seconds to Alonso, and Norris has just lost a 1.5 seconds to Ocon, who is now closing in. They've got to pit Norris. They're losing so much time out there. They're losing 2 or 3 seconds a lap. Don't know what they're doing there, McLaren. As Yuki Tsunoda has pitted, and Tsunoda will probably come out in last position, as Ferrari, I think, are preparing for a pit stop. As Sainz is closing the gap to Russell. He's closed it a lot. It's now 1.4 seconds. So yeah, those soft tyres, they have hit the cliff. And surely Ferrari have got to trigger an undercut. And have they? No, they haven't. Well, let's hold on a minute, because I'm not sure actually they had the gap to pit and come out in a decent amount of clean air. But it is now lap 15. And yet they have finally told Lando Norris to pit. I don't know why they waited so long, because those tyres were quite clearly gone about 3 or 4 laps ago on Lando's car. So Lando Norris is pitted. Yuki Tsunoda, by the way, is now in last. I'll update what tyre he's on in just a moment. I just want to see where Norris comes out. Lando Norris has put on, I think, the medium compound. Let's see where Lando comes out. He will come back out, I think, in 16th place. Norris shows you how much time he lost running that soft tyre for just way too long. Norris now 16th. For McLaren, as Leclerc now within a second of Sainz. And Sainz very close to being within a second of Russell, who is still in the lead. I can tell you that Tsunoda at the bottom is on mediums. Magnussen on hards as Russell, Sainz, Leclerc continue on their tyres. And thankfully for Russell, he's still just over a second ahead of Carlos Sainz. So Carlos cannot get that vital DRS activation. But Leclerc is clearly much faster than Sainz. So if they stay like this for too long, they probably will want to get Leclerc ahead, because Leclerc looks way quicker than both Russell and Sainz right now. But let me just update the tyres quickly. Also, Lance Stroll, I notice, has pitted as well. Stroll is 18th, and Tsunoda has just passed Magnussen. And I'll just quickly do the tyres if I can. Carlos Sainz is now just about getting within a second of Russell, so he will get that DRS activation in a second. But let me just update the tyres that people are on. It's probably worth McLaren pitting Ricciardo. Oh, they have. They have pitted Ricciardo. Didn't quite see that. I don't think they were showing that, as they've told Sainz to box. Well, he's done the opposite to Russell, because George Russell has pitted for Mercedes and surely will go onto a set of medium tyres. Not a great pit stop, I've got to say. Not sure how long it was, as Max Verstappen has pitted as well. So Sainz is leading from Leclerc second. Hamilton goes third as Max Verstappen has pitted and, yeah, come out on the medium tyres. And that put Sergio Perez up to fourth. And Russell comes out just ahead of Fernando Alonso there. Got to stay ahead of Alonso. Alonso there's going to try and force his way out the inside. He cannot allow this to happen. Got to hold round the outside here. And Russell does just about. So Ocon is fifth. And then it's Russell sixth, Alonso seventh, Verstappen eighth. And then it is Schumacher ninth. And then Bottas 10th. Zhou is 11th. Lando Norris is up to P12 now. And Norris is on the medium compound tyre. And then it's Latifi 13th. Albon in 14th. As Ferrari are coming in for a pit stop. Ricciardo has actually just passed Albon for 14th. As Carlos Sainz comes in for a pit stop. And then it's Stroll, Vettel, Tsunoda, Magnussen, Gasly at the very bottom there. Yeah, now lap 18. And let's see what happens here with Sainz's pit stop. And bit slow. They lost about a second. Yeah, lost about a second and a half of that pit stop. So Carlos Sainz, where will he come out in relation to George Russell as Leclerc goes into the lead with Hamilton second, Perez third? And Russell is ahead. And crucially for George Russell, Fernando Alonso splits them. And that will add traffic. Oh no, that's Russell's past Ocon. So actually, that's Ocon. So Russell's up to fourth. Ocon is fifth. And Sainz has come out in sixth place. So, yeah, there's an Alpine in between the Mercedes and the Ferrari. That's key for Mercedes if they're going to win this Hungarian Grand Prix. Here's a replay of Russell's pit stop. And the front right slow coming off. If it was a bit quicker, that pit stop, they'd be quite clearly ahead of the pack. As Charles Leclerc is currently out there on lap 18. Surely they've got to pit Leclerc unless they put him on a different strategy, which I mean they could do. As Lance Stroll, I've just seen, has got up to 15th. By the way, yes, the tyres are incorrect on the screen. I will update it when I can. Just bear with me. Obviously, it's moving around all the time. But I think, all of the soft tyre runners, except for Sergio Perez, have now pitted. Perez has stayed out on the track. So, Leclerc and Hamilton on mediums. Hamilton, by the way. Perez is pitted, actually. Hamilton is 10.5 seconds off the lead, currently, of Charles Leclerc. But Leclerc is not the net leader. As Perez has pitted, and Perez comes out in 8th place, I'm pretty sure, ahead of Mick Schumacher. No! Oh, that's a disaster for Perez. He's come out right behind Schumacher and Bottas and right ahead of Zhou. That's a lot of traffic there. And with Bottas having DRS on Schumacher, it's not going to be easy to make an overtake there, as Latifi has pitted for Williams. So Ricciardo is 13th, Stroll 14th, Albon 15th. And then Vettel 16th. And no, Vettel has gone up to 15th now. He's passed Albon. So Albon 16th. And then Tsunoda, Magnussen, Gasly, Latifi is now your order. As Mercedes are coming in with Lewis Hamilton. As we're now on lap 20. Charles Leclerc staying out. So clearly they're doing something different with Leclerc. And it looks to me that Russell and Sainz are on a 2-stop. Leclerc could possibly be on a 1-stop strategy today. It is worth them trying that. I did say at the start of this whole stream a couple hours ago that they probably should split their strategy. As Lewis Hamilton comes out as Verstappen there just passed Alonso. Hamilton has come out in 7th place. So, not sure the strategy has been great there from Mercedes, as Perez has sent it down the inside of Valtteri Bottas for 9th. So, it's currently Leclerc, Russell, Sainz, and then Ocon, as Perez locks up massively in turn 2, and lucky that Bottas doesn't get him back. So, it's currently Leclerc, Russell, Sainz, Ocon, Verstappen. And then Alonso 6th, Hamilton 7th, Schumacher 8th, Perez 9th, Bottas 10th. Let me just now update what tyres everybody is on. So the top 10 are all on medium tyres. I'll just quickly update that for you guys. As, just saw a replay of that move. The top 10... all on mediums. Actually, everybody is on mediums except for Kevin Magnussen in now 19th place. So mediums clearly the way to go. And let me update the lap counter. It is lap 21 out of 70 as Max Verstappen has passed Esteban Ocon for 4th. Red Bull have got some very good pace that we did not see coming. And Verstappen is 4.5 seconds behind Carlos Sainz. And he's actually gaining on Sainz. He's just done the fastest lap of the race. So watch out for Max Verstappen. Might be worth, with Ferrari, might be worth them pitting Leclerc this lap or the next lap. Because he might come out behind Verstappen Leclerc if he stays out any longer. As Perez has passed Mick Schumacher 8th, and yet Ferrari are pitting Charles Leclerc at the end of lap 21, now lap 22, and he should come out in 3rd on quite a bit fresher tyres. And he goes on to another set of mediums, so both Ferraris have committed themselves to a 2-stop strategy. Russell does not have to do a 2-stop, but he probably will have to. As I don't think those mediums on Russell will go another 50 laps into this Grand Prix. And Leclerc has actually jumped Sainz. Leclerc jumps Carlos Sainz. Where has Carlos Sainz's pace gone? But that is great for Leclerc. He's got rid of the slower Ferrari and is now just has obviously one car in between him and victory. As Fernando Alonso and Mick Schumacher have just come into the pit. So Lewis Hamilton is up to 6th. Perez is 7th. Lando Norris is now 8th for McLaren. And then it's Bottas 9th and Zhou in 10th. So Norris making his way back through the field. Be interesting to see what pace Norris has. As Alonso has gone onto the hard compound tyre in 11th place. I'll update those tyres soon. Ricciardo is P12. And then you've got Stroll 13th, Vettel 14th, Schumacher 15th. Schumacher also going onto the hard tyre. And then it's Tsunoda 16th. And then Gasly 17th, Magnussen 18th. And then Latifi and Albon at the very back. As Carlos Sainz already getting up to the back of Charles Leclerc, only 1.1 seconds behind as they now begin lap 23. And yeah, I'll now update what tyres they are all on. As Alonso is, on the medium compound tyre. No, not that one. Need to find which one it is exactly. No, it's this one. So Fernando Alonso is on the hard. And then Ricciardo, Stroll and Vettel are on the medium compound tyre. And then 15th is Mick Schumacher. Mick Schumacher is on the hard. And then you've got Tsunoda and Gasly on the medium. And then Magnussen on the hard. And then Latifi and Albon on the medium compound tyre. I've just seen, though, that Tsunoda has passed Mick Schumacher for 15th place. So I need to update that straight away as to what tyres they're on. So, yeah, Mick is on the hard, and then it's Yuki Tsunoda on the medium. I've got to be honest, I don't think that hard compound tyres is working today, as we're now on lap 24 out of 70. Because Alonso's just pitted. He's on quite a bit fresher tyres than Ricciardo, but Ricciardo is all over the back of him and much quicker. And obviously Schumacher has just lost a lot of time to Tsunoda and already dropped a second and a half behind. So those tyres are not working at all. As Ocon now pits, that puts Hamilton up to 5th, Perez 6th, and then Norris is 7th. Lando Norris, interestingly, only 2.5, 3 seconds behind Perez. We'll see how close he can keep to him. As Ocon rejoins just ahead of Fernando Alonso. Can Alonso, though, get past Ocon here in the fight for 10th? And Alonso tries to go around the outside, but Ricciardo is going to get both of them, is he? Through turn 2 and 3. Yes, he does. What a move by Ricciardo. 2 overtakes in turn 2 and 3 as Alonso tries to pass Ocon up to turn 4, but it is not doing, as Lewis Hamilton has just done a purple first sector. And the new fastest lap of the race, by the way, belongs to Charles Leclerc. So Alonso and Ocon now are on the hard compound tyre. Mick Schumacher has lost another position. And Schumacher, who was running well in like 10th, 11th place, is now he's now 17th. That's when on lap 25. And here's a replay from Ricciardo's on board. And yeah, just let the Alpines run wide, battle with themselves, and he, with the extra grip, just sailed on through. Great move there by the Australian. And Ricciardo is now up to a net 8th place, because obviously Bottas and Zhou in 8th and 9th. That was a Mercedes of Lewis Hamilton, who replay there, him running off the track at turn 12. Yeah, with Bottas and Zhou in 8th and 9th have not pitted yet, so Ricciardo is currently in a net 8th place. This is going well for McLaren to a certain extent. They're lacking, though, a lot of pace compared to what I thought they would have in this Grand Prix, but they're not doing too bad. Lando Norris, his pace is not terrible. And yeah, they're on for a 7th and an 8th place at the moment, given the pace they do have, as we're now on to lap 26. And interestingly, from 11th all the way down to last, it's team by team. The 2 Alpines, 11th and 12th, then the 2 Aston Martins, then the 2 AlphaTauris, 2 Haases, and 2 Williamses. All the way down the order there. As Russell is still leading by, he's now leading only by 1.1 seconds, as Charles Leclerc is now really starting to turn the wick up and close that gap. Carlos Sainz, 2.8 behind. Max Verstappen continuing to close in on Carlos Sainz. Verstappen only 2.5 seconds behind, so Verstappen could actually get a podium. Given the pace Red Bull have had today, imagine if he was on pole position for this race. He would have ran away with this Grand Prix, Verstappen. But yeah, Leclerc closing it all the time. I'm going to quickly mute my microphone, though, because I need to blow my nose quickly, so I'll be back in a second. And we're back, and they're about to begin lap 27. And they do begin lap 27, and Charles Leclerc has now DRS on George Russell. So, if Leclerc keeps this pace up, I'm not sure how Russell can hang on. We know he's a great defender of position. We saw that back in the Spanish Grand Prix. As Hamilton has been told, second warning for track limits at turn 12. Yeah, we know he's a great defender of position, but this Ferrari, I think, is just too quick today. And I think Russell will do very well, really, to hang on here. And remember, we will probably still have another pit stop phase to come. So it's going to be tough for Mercedes to win. But they do have a great chance. They've led pretty much the first 27 laps of this Grand Prix. Even though, yes, Leclerc led for a bit, Russell was still the net leader. As Valtteri Bottas has pitted for Alfa Romeo. And Bottas has come out in 14th place. Also on the hard tyre. And yeah, that hard tyre, Gasly passed Bottas as well, actually. And Gasly has passed Tsunoda as well, interestingly. So Bottas is down to 15th. Yeah, that hard tyre is not working at all. Because the Alpines are now 3 seconds behind Ricciardo in the McLaren. So I'm not sure the teams that are running the hard have got it correct today, as Leclerc all over the back of Russell into turn 2, sails round the outside. Will he get the move done? No, Russell perfectly blocks him off. Not sure how he got so close. Russell must have run wide or something into turn 1. I did just miss it because I was looking at my screen to update what's going on with the race, but yeah, Leclerc's had a go, but didn't get it done. But he will have more opportunities yet. And yet, to be honest, looking at the way Leclerc is able to follow in the middle sector, I think Leclerc is going to win this, because I don't think Russell can hang on, as Zhou Guanyu has pitted, and Zhou will probably come out in 16th or 17th place. So Zhou drops all the way down, and yeah, Zhou is actually 17th behind Mick Schumacher now. I'll update the tyres and all of what they're on once we've seen what's happened here in the battle for the lead. Lap 29 we're now on. Will Leclerc have another go at Russell? Surely he will. Into turn 1. And Leclerc, does he send it? No, he's going to try and go for a bit of a wider line and gets a good exit, but not as good as it was the previous lap. And also feigning a move down the inside there, which does actually make Russell run wide. So that's a good little feint there by Leclerc. As Carlos Sainz is now starting to close in behind, and so is Max Verstappen. So it's all closing up now in this fight for the lead. And let me update quickly what tyres everyone is on, as I think everybody now has made their first pit stop, which is good for me, as I can get everything correct now. So Bottas is 14th on the hard tyre. Tsunoda is 15th. Schumacher 16th. We know he is on the hard. And then obviously Zhou and Magnussen on the hard as well. And then the two Williamses at the back. Oh no, Latifi's actually passed Magnussen for 18th. So Latifi is actually on the medium there. But let's see, as we're now on lap 30, whether Leclerc can get the move done this time. He's closing up into turn one. Will he send it down the inside? No, Russell does though kind of defend his position and forces Russell to defend to the inside and does a good switch back there. Leclerc, surely he'll have another go round the outside of turn two. No, Russell keeps it, but Leclerc does another switch back. And we'll do another one through turn three. Many switchbacks to try and get a good exit. Compared to Russell, will Leclerc go round the outside? No, not into turn four. He was not far enough alongside for that to happen. But Russell just about hangs on for now to the lead of this Grand Prix. As, yeah, Latifi at the bottom is actually on the medium, as Carlos Sainz was 2.5 seconds behind his teammate. He's now 2 seconds behind, and Max is also closing the gap. So this is really good, this fight. I gotta say, for Red Bull, this is the best thing that could happen for the Red Bull team, because the more these two fight and the more time they lose, Max will close the gap and then will be able maybe to launch an attack with an undercut. So this is great for Red Bull. They could win this race. They really, really could. As here comes Leclerc, though. Into turn one. Russell really having to defend this time. And Leclerc goes right round the outside with a brilliant move, the Ferrari driver. And Charles Leclerc leads in Hungary. Brilliant move. Russell, he's had a great race, a great weekend, and he's a great driver. But there's nothing he could do to hang on there. And Leclerc into the lead, and he should now run away. And now Russell has got to try and hang on against what do you call it? Carlos Sainz, who's only 1.5 seconds behind. I've just noticed Lance Stroll has overtaken the two Alpines. That's how bad the hard compound tyre is working. So Stroll is 9th in the Aston Martin. Brilliant for them. Yeah, great move there by Leclerc, and had the extra speed to go round the outside, and that's exactly what he did. And he's already pulled a 1.3 second gap, almost 1.4 second gap to Russell, as Alonso has just been overtaken by Sebastian Vettel. A horror show for Alpine here. As we begin lap 32, and Carlos Sainz is closing. He's not within 1 second yet, but he will be there in a couple laps' time. As we're now on lap 32. And let me update that Lance Stroll is, 9th, and is on the medium compound. And then Alonso down to 12th now on the hard compound, and they are struggling massively. The hard tyre runners, no pace whatsoever. And here it is, replay, what a move. Vettel down the inside of Alonso at turn one. And yeah, those Alpines have no pace at all on that hard compound tyre. Alpine actually have fallen a pit stop behind Lando Norris. That's how slow they are. And Ricciardo, after overtaking Ocon, is already like 7 seconds, 8 seconds up the road after about 6 or 7 laps. As there is a big rain shower in the area, but there's no rain falling at the moment here in Hungary. As Carlos Sainz still not within a second of Russell, so Russell can hang on for the moment to P2 as they begin lap 33. In a couple laps' time, we'll be halfway through this Hungarian Grand Prix, and it's been a pretty good one so far. As, Sainz closing. Max Verstappen in 4th, if you're wondering what he's doing. He is lapping at about the same speed as Carlos Sainz. Maybe going a tad quicker, but he's not gaining enough really to overtake. Lewis Hamilton, though, has upped his pace massively out of nowhere. He was 7.5 seconds behind Verstappen, now 5.5 behind in 5th place. So, yeah. And I've got to say, we have to remember this race is not over yet. We still have about half of the Grand Prix remaining, and there is another pit stop coming probably for the entire field, except for the hard tyre runners currently. So, yeah, we've still got quite a bit to go in this Grand Prix. It's not over yet, as a Leclerc is about to lap Alex Albon, I think, in the Williams. And Carlos Sainz is now within a second of George Russell. And yet he will have the DRS. He's just about stayed within a second through the detection point. And now we're on lap 34. Carlos begins his assault against Russell. What will Mercedes do? Do they just stick it out there and hope that Russell hangs on? As raindrops there on the camera I'm seeing, but can't see the cars at the moment really affected by that. Yeah, what do Mercedes do? Do they pit early to cover off Ferrari here and Red Bull behind, or do they stick it out there and wait? As here's a replay of Leclerc's move from his visor cam. And Russell defended to the inside, and Leclerc just, so much extra speed around the outside. Obviously had an extra 15, say, kilometers an hour going around the outside there. As Carlos has actually dropped slightly outside of Russell's DRS window. Now he's got back in it. As Russell has a car ahead of him, a lapped car of Alex Albon. And Albon lets Russell and Sainz through. And we'll have to let Verstappen through probably on the pit straight. But Sainz is a 10th closer than he was the previous lap, as we're now halfway through this Hungarian Grand Prix. A good race so far in Budapest, as Sainz feigns a move down the inside there, but does not get a move done, as Yuki Tsunoda has pitted and come out on soft tyres, which I'm very interested to see there. So they're clearly on a 3-stop strategy there. And maybe gambling on the weather doing something for them. So Tsunoda on the soft. And Albon in 19th is on the medium. As, not only is Sainz really close to Russell, Verstappen has now got right up to the back of this battle for second place. So Carlos has got to overtake Russell in the next lap or two, because if he doesn't, he'll be under threat from Verstappen behind. He's got to overtake here. Yellow flag in sector 2, and it was Yuki Tsunoda who must have spun or something. And here is now Sebastian Vettel all over the back of Esteban Ocon. I said the Alpine were struggling on the hards, and they still are, because Vettel on the mediums is now all over the back of the Alpine. And if Vettel can overtake here, that would put both Aston Martins up to 9th place. Up into the points, sorry, not up into 9th place. As we are now on lap 36, and I can't see anything in regards to Russell and Sainz, if there's a possible move going on it must not have happened because we haven't seen anything. And no, Sainz actually dropped, I think, outside of his DRS window briefly. But a good fight going on there. Alonso is not too far behind Vettel as well, so a good fight going on there. And here's Tsunoda. And yeah, just spun on the exit of the chicane. Maybe there is a slight bit of rain there that caused that, but he got back going again, thankfully. Yeah, AlphaTauri not having a bad race. Gasly's up to 13th, and he's not lapping too slowly compared to the Alpines, obviously on that hard tyre, but AlphaTauri have had a very bad weekend at the office. As, yeah, Vettel still within a second of Ocon, but not able to make a move, as Alonso looks as though he's dropped back a bit on this lap, as Leclerc has begun lap 37, and no sign of any overtakes happening for second place. According to AWS, the pit window for the mediums has now opened to pit again. Oh no, it hasn't opened yet. It's open. It's going to open in 5 laps, they say. As Kevin Magnussen has pitted, and he's only going to lose a position and go down to 19th. That hard compound tyre strat clearly has not worked, and wouldn't be surprised if he's now on the medium, so I'll probably leave him as a medium tyre runner for now. But yeah, we're just over halfway through this Hungarian Grand Prix. But from watching, if you are new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe for more content like this, guys, because I do qualifying and race watch-alongs for every Grand Prix in 2022. And for watching right now, make sure to smash the like button to improve, to help out the channel. That would be great if you could do that. As we've still got what's about to be 32 laps to go until the race is over. Leclerc, by the way, now leads by about 5 seconds from Russell. So Leclerc comfortably now in the lead, and Ferrari should win this race pretty easily with Charles Leclerc. The question is, where will Sainz finish? As Sainz had DRS on that occasion, but was way too far behind. And Max is actually a lot closer to Sainz than Sainz is for Russell. As Norris says, everything feels extremely slippery now for some reason. There is some rain about, and there looks to be a gigantic rain shower on its way. We could see some rain before the end of this Grand Prix. But again, I'm going to quickly blow my nose, and I'll be back in a second. And we're back, and yeah, it is looking a bit slippery out there. Russell has just said on team radio that he is struggling with the rears, and Red Bull are preparing for a pit stop. As Sebastian Vettel has just overtaken Esteban Ocon for 10th. So both Aston Martins into the top 10. Who saw that coming today? As Verstappen has pitted, so he's triggered the undercut, and if he gets this right and Red Bull get the pit stop right, this could see him into second place. And yeah, new set of medium tyres, and he will come out, Verstappen, probably in 6th or 7th place. He'll come out 6th behind his teammate Sergio Perez, and Verstappen did go on to another set of medium tyres there. As he's come out, Max, right ahead of Magnussen in 19th, who's pitted only a couple laps ago. And yeah, Alonso and Ocon down there on the hard compound tyre. I think Pierre Gasly has pitted for AlphaTauri. I'll update that in a moment, as here's a replay of Vettel sending it down the inside of Ocon at turn 1. And I think Alpine know that they've got no pace on that tyre, and they're just not even trying to defend their positions. As Ferrari are responding, Who are they responding with? Should be Carlos Sainz, sorry, because I don't think Leclerc is under threat, really. But no, they are pitting Leclerc first. So they're going to sacrifice Carlos. Oh, no. Is it Charles Leclerc? Yes, it is. It is Charles Leclerc. And good pit stop. Only 3 seconds. Russell has a very good pit stop of 2.7. Where is Max Verstappen? As Sainz is up to first now. And Verstappen jumps Russell and is not too far behind Charles Leclerc. Oh, no, that was Perez. Yet Verstappen has actually jumped Russell. So sorry about that. It was actually Perez. He wasn't that far behind Leclerc. So it is Leclerc is now third. Perez fourth. Verstappen fifth. Russell sixth. So that Max Verstappen has jumped George Russell. And Verstappen is now into a net second place. He's not too far, though, behind Charles Leclerc. He's only 2 seconds behind, if that. So, yeah, great there for Verstappen. Great job by the Red Bull team. And, oh, by the way, Gasly is not pitted. He's still out there. Zhou, though, has overtaken Mick Schumacher for 15th place. Alfa Romeo, I think, are definitely on a one-stop strategy as Perez lets through Verstappen. Brilliant teamwork by Red Bull because Verstappen is now on much warmer tyres all up the back of Charles Leclerc, and this could be for the win. Here, look at him. He's all over the back of Leclerc as they begin lap 41. Surely Max Verstappen is not going to win this race. He does a fastest lap. Leclerc defends to the inside. Does he? Not quite. As Max Verstappen down the inside into turn one, a new fastest lap as well. And Max Verstappen leads as Charles Leclerc is on the hard tyre. Why did they put him on that? Oh, they had to, didn't they? Because he's only used the medium. So that's why he had no grip. Max Verstappen, he may only be up to third, but he is in a net race lead now on lap 41 out of 70. I cannot believe this. Ferrari have bottled it again. Verstappen started 10th. Now he's in the net lead of the race. How on earth has that happened? And Leclerc really should have defended to the inside a bit more than that. Should have really covered the inside a lot earlier. Left Verstappen enough of a gap. As oh, sorry about that. He put that back. There you go. I was trying to actually adjust the watch-along pictures a bit. As oh, what's happened? Max Verstappen has spun. Max Verstappen just spun on the exit of turn 13, and he's now lost position to Charles Leclerc on lap 42. And Hamilton. Maybe there's rain falling. Hamilton now going round the outside of Perez. Will he go round? Oh, no, it's Russell. Will he go round the outside of Verstappen? Not quite, but he's got DRS. And Verstappen covers him off. What has Max done there? And Verstappen is down to 4th place. Just like that, it swings the pendulum right back to Ferrari briefly. But if Verstappen hasn't lost too much grip from those tyres from spinning, he should be able to get right back on the back of Leclerc as those hard tyres are still not working. Here we go. Replay of Verstappen. And, yep, just spun. Thankfully did a 360 and then got going again. He's only a second and a half behind Leclerc. Wow. What? This race is completely turned around. And very lucky he didn't lose position there to George Russell. Verstappen, now we're on lap 43. Sainz and Hamilton, by the way, have stayed out. Verstappen is now right back on Leclerc's tail. He's only a second behind Leclerc. So if you're a Ferrari fan, don't think it's over yet, because I think Max is going to overtake him again. Because those mediums are working a lot better than the hard tyres in these conditions. We're seeing that with Alpine. who are very slow still, as Alonso has actually passed Ocon for 11th. And Perez and Norris have just pitted. I've seen Perez had a 2.1 second pit stop there. And Perez, thankfully for him, has pitted and not lost any positions. So Perez is 6th still on the medium tyres. Lando Norris has come out on the hard compound tyre in 9th. I'm not sure McLaren have got that right, because the hard tyre, again, is not working well. McLaren probably should have gone for a medium there. And Verstappen, I can tell you, is back within a second of Charles Leclerc. And, yeah, Lando Norris is on the hard compound tyre now. And surely Verstappen will get the move done again, because those hard tyres are not going to be working. He's done another fastest lap as he comes down to turn 1. Will he send it into turn 1? He tries his best, but he's not close enough. He does a 122.1 with his new fastest lap. And yeah, he's not close enough into turn 2. But yeah, those hard tyres are not going to be working well. So Ferrari have got the strategy wrong. The hard tyres were not working, but for some reason, they've decided to go the way they have. And Carlos Sainz, obviously still out there on track. Interestingly, Lewis Hamilton is only 3.8 seconds behind Carlos now on lap 44. Sainz and Hamilton have not pitted for the second stop. Yeah, both Sainz and Hamilton, well, they may have to use the hard tyre for their final stint, but if Lewis Hamilton goes long enough into this race, might be able to end the race on the soft tyre. So, yeah, we'll see what happens there. As, well, the order has actually changed a bit. Alex Albon is now last, with Tsunoda in 19th. Latifi is now 18th, Magnussen 17th, now on lap 45, and Verstappen even closer to Leclerc this time. Leclerc, will he defend? He does to the inside. Verstappen sends it around the outside, but does a beautiful switchback. And Max Verstappen overtakes Charles Leclerc. And surely, this time, Max Verstappen is into what is 3rd place for now, and should be the net lead and win of this race. Just got to, for these final 25 laps, not make a mistake, because he will be quicker than Leclerc, as Leclerc is on the hard tyre, and I'll quickly update that that is the case. So Verstappen 3rd on the medium, and Leclerc 4th on the hard. I've got to say, if Max wins this race, it'll probably be one of his craziest wins, and probably one of his best. As we are about to begin lap 46, and yeah, Sainz and Hamilton have stayed out. The only thing Ferrari can do is keep Sainz out and put him on the soft tyre. The thing is, though, Max Verstappen is only 13 seconds off the lead, and when Sainz pits, he'll come out about 10 seconds behind Verstappen. Even on the soft tyre, it will be tough for Sainz to claw that back and get the win. So really, unless Max makes a mistake again, I don't see how Red Bull lose this. I think they've got this one, as Leclerc has dropped 1.8 seconds behind. Russell is only 1.8 behind Leclerc. Leclerc might not even finish on the podium today, which would be amazing given how this race has gone. As I do want to update that Schumacher and Magnussen down there at the bottom are on the mediums, and then the bottom 3, as apparently light drizzle reported by Verstappen. Latifi, Albon, Tsunoda are on the soft tyre, as Alex Albon has just overtaken Yuki Tsunoda. as Hamilton is continuing to gain on Sainz, and he's only 2.3 behind as they begin lap 47 in Hungary. And if the rain, as Hamilton says, tyres are still okay, mate. If the rain properly hits, we still don't have an idea of who's going to win this Grand Prix. And yeah, Leclerc now 2.2 behind Verstappen, and Russell has closed the gap to Leclerc and closed it down to about 1.4, 1.5. And just to answer Lab Gorilla's comment there, so Max started on the soft, so he doesn't need to use the hard, just can use mediums, 2 sets of mediums, which is what he's done. He went on to the mediums, obviously, at his first pit stop, and then went on to the mediums about, 6-7 laps ago. So Verstappen does not need to use the hard. With Ferrari, obviously they went medium, but because of the way the hard is performing, I'm not quite sure. Well, they haven't got it right. And again, this is down to the same old problem. They cannot adapt to what is happening in a Grand Prix. It was clear from what we've seen in this race, from the lap times, that the hard tyre is not working. Ferrari, though, have not seen that. So really, should have run Sainz and Leclerc a lot longer into this race. As we're now on lap 48, and Carlos Sainz has pitted. And it's a very bad pit stop. He's lost about, it's not a very bad stop. He's lost 2.5 seconds as there's a yellow flag in Sector 1. Now it's green. And also Ricciardo and Stroll in 7th and 8th have pitted as well. Now a yellow flag again. And Sainz is on the soft tyre. So Ferrari have learnt their mistake, thankfully. But they should have really put Leclerc on the same strategy as Carlos Sainz. So Hamilton is now leading from Verstappen second, Leclerc third, Russell fourth, Sainz fifth, and Sainz on the soft. 22 laps to go. And here's a replay of, and that's Lando Norris, is it? Taking Stroll off the track at turn 2, locking up, or is it Ricciardo? And yeah, that's a poor mistake there by Ricciardo. And that will definitely see him cop a penalty. That's such a shame as well, because Stroll was having such a good race. Up in 8th place, and then that happens. But, yeah, it's now Hamilton leading, and Hamilton has stayed out. He's on quite old tyres now. He's been on his medium tyres for, I think, about 30-odd laps. But it's Hamilton leading on the mediums, Verstappen second on the mediums. Leclerc is third on the hard compound tyre. And then, well, Lewis Hamilton is currently predicted to come out ahead of Sainz if he was to pit at the end of this lap. So maybe they'll pit Lewis in a lap, because that might, it might get Lewis third or fourth in this Grand Prix by the end of the race. But yeah, the top 5 you can see there, and then let me update the rest of the order, because obviously Ricciardo and Stroll pitted and then made contact with one another. Norris is 7th on the hard tyre. Alonso is 8th, and Ocon is 9th. Alpine are clearly doing a one-stop strategy. I don't think that'll work, by the way, as Stroll, who will now be angry as fuck, I definitely would be, is now on the soft tyre, Ricciardo on the hard, and Stroll is probably about a second quicker on that tyre. So Stroll is going to pass Ricciardo here for what will be P11. And into turn 1 they come on lap 50, as Lewis Hamilton is actually about to lap this lot. Well, I think he already has, and Stroll has passed Ricciardo, and Vettel has passed Zhou. So despite that contact, Aston Martin is still in a decent position here for some points. So lap 50 out 70, and yeah, the top 10 is Norris, Alonso, Ocon, and then it is Bottas in 10th, And then Stroll 11th, Ricciardo 12th, Vettel 13th, Zhou 14th, and then Gasly 15th. And then Schumacher, Magnussen, Latifi, Albon, Tsunoda, as someone locked up big time into the turn 6-7 chicane. No idea who that was. But let me update the tyres quickly. Norris is on the hard. So is Alonso and Ocon. The Alpines are going to be so slow at the end of this race. I mean, Stroll, yes, is 15 seconds behind Ocon, but those hard tyres, I'm not sure they're going to be in great condition by the end here. Especially if there's more drops of rain. Because if you're going to be on the track with kind of wet conditions, the best tyre to be on, as Russell, by the way, is now all over the back of Leclerc, the best tyre to be on is the soft in changeable conditions because it gives you the most tire temperature possible. And if you're on the hard, you may as well just be on an ice tyre. Yeah, it's basically a skating rink. Russell has got a very good exit there on Leclerc. Off turn 1. Now they come into turn 2. Will Russell go around the outside? No, Leclerc holds him off nicely but goes wide. Can Russell get a good exit? The rain is falling slightly, and that's affecting the track condition a bit. And like I said, that will not help Leclerc's hard compound tyre. But Leclerc keeps ahead as Carlos Sainz has gained on Leclerc in that Leclerc and Russell in that fight by a couple seconds. As lots of traffic. Obviously, we've not had a safety car today, so you're going to get a lot of cars lapped in this race. And yeah, there's cars all over the place in this Grand Prix. And Valtteri Bottas in 10th is also on the hard tyre. Stroll was actually 14.5 behind Bottas. So Alpine might actually be fine as Lewis Hamilton has been told to pit. And he has pitted on now lap 52, and Lewis will surely go on to a set of soft tyres. So Verstappen now leads from Leclerc second as an Aston Martin there. Vettel has just passed Ricciardo as Russell all over the back of Leclerc here, and Hamilton comes out 5th, by the way. And Russell still all over the back of Leclerc. And yeah, the rain is falling more and more. And that's hurting Leclerc's grip on those tyres. But Leclerc still up to turn 4 is hanging on. But Russell just needs the rain to keep falling slightly more. And he'll be able to get past, I think. As, yeah, Vettel is up to 12th. Ricciardo down to 13th. And then you've got Gasly 14th. And Zhou in 15th now. Let me just update everything because everything is all over the place. Right now, Gasly is on the soft compound tyre. Ricciardo is on the hard. And Max Verstappen, by the way, is leading this race by 6.1 seconds. So as long as Verstappen does not make a mistake, Max will win this race. He's in a comfortable lead right now. Lewis Hamilton, yeah, came out in 5th place and is on, he's 10.5 seconds behind Sainz. So I think they may have left it a bit too late there. With Hamilton, as here comes George Russell. Feigns to move down the inside. Forces Leclerc, though, to defend the inside line as Zhou Guanyu is pitted. And Russell, will he go around the outside? No. And Leclerc keeps to the inside of the corner enough. Leclerc's doing a fantastic defensive job here. We saw this at Silverstone, how good he is at defending his position. And we're seeing that now. As just want to update the correct tyres. So yeah, Leclerc is on the hard, Russell on the medium, and Sainz and Hamilton are on the soft. And then you've got Lance Stroll. Sorry. Not Bottas. You've got Lance Stroll. As rain is getting closer, by the way, to the track. You've got Lance Stroll on the soft tyre. And then Vettel on the medium. Zhou Guanyu has come out in 19th place on the soft compound tyres. So Zhou down to 19th. And Russell still harrying the back of Charles Leclerc, who thought probably about 30 laps ago, or 25 laps ago, they had this race won, but not anymore as Russell sails round the outside for second place. Leclerc keeps his car up the inside, but with the extra grip that George Russell has, it is not a contest, and Russell is up to second. How on earth are Ferrari in this position? I thought they were easily going to win, and now they're third and fourth, and Carlos Sainz is only 2.5 seconds behind Leclerc. Leclerc is not going to finish at this rate on the podium. Remember, before this weekend, it only had 2 podiums in the last 9 races, despite being in quite possibly the quickest car on the grid. As Ferrari, I think, are preparing for a pit stop, possibly for Charles Leclerc. And, well, if Leclerc pitted now, and they've told him to box, if Leclerc pits now, he'll finish probably 6th, maybe 5th, if Perez hasn't got that great a pace. What a disaster this is. 2nd and 3rd on the grid, Ferrari. Really should have won this race. And, well, they're not even going to finish in the top 2. And Max Verstappen, who started 10th, is heading for a most probable victory. As we've got 15 laps to go. And yes, Leclerc has pitted. He'll be depressed as hell in that car. But nothing he did today that was wrong. It was his team, as Lewis Hamilton just did the fastest lap of the race, a 1:21.6, and he's closed the gap to Carlos Sainz by about 1.7 seconds. And Leclerc comes out in 6th. Let me update the tyres quickly. So, Sainz and Hamilton on the soft. Perez has a risk of light rain in 2 laps, but it shouldn't last long, they've told Lewis Hamilton on his team radio. Perez is 5th on the medium, and Leclerc is, on the soft compound tyre in 6th place. And I think with the temperatures and the light rain about today, I think the reason we're seeing the softer tyres working so well is because the temperature is so low. Leclerc, by the way, he's come out from his lap. He's really struggling to fire his tyres up. The Williams behind him, who's been lapped, is keeping up with him. He's not gaining any time at the minute. But Max Verstappen has begun lap 56. And right. Let me just update the tyres at the very back of the field. I cannot believe we've had no retirements today. Still, all 20 running. Let's hope it finishes that way. As Pierre Gasly has just passed Daniel Ricciardo for 13th place. So his date getting worse. What was I going to update? That Mick Schumacher is actually on the medium tyre, not the hard. And then, yeah, Gasly is 13th, and Gasly is on the soft. So, yeah, Ricciardo really has cost himself massively with that problem, with that crash, rather. So, yeah, obviously Ricciardo's on the hard, and there's a replay and just getting a better exit from turn 1 and going around the outside, turn 2. Gasly having a very good race, I've got to say, considering how bad the car is. It's been one of the worst cars this weekend, yet he's not a million miles away from the top 10. As Max Verstappen begins another lap, he's 8.5 seconds clear of Russell. Carlos Sainz is only 2.2 seconds behind George Russell. So, it's not over yet for Ferrari. They can still get second. They're not going to win the race today. Max Verstappen's too far ahead. But Lewis Hamilton could quite possibly leap ahead of Carlos Sainz, because Lewis Hamilton has just done a stonking fastest lap, and the gap was 8 seconds, and now it's 5.7 between Hamilton and Sainz, as Alex Albon, I notice, has overtook his teammate, Nicholas Latifi. So I need to sneeze quickly. Right, that should be better. As, yeah, the gap between Russell and Sainz is currently about 2 seconds. I'm just looking through the field to see what other battles are going on that we need to look out for. I've annoyingly not updated. But, Ricardo is on the hard, and then Gasly is on the soft. I've actually done it wrong. I've accidentally changed Bottas's tyre, so sorry about that. There you go. Stroll is on the soft, just to confirm. You remember, I might have told you about, as Lewis Hamilton has gained another second and a half, a 21.3 fastest lap. Lewis Hamilton in his prime in these final few laps. You may have remembered that about 10-15 laps ago I said Lance Stroll was 14 seconds behind Bottas. He's now only 4 seconds behind. So Stroll will finish in the points probably. May even catch Ocon before the end of this race. In 9th. As Latifi has pitted for Williams. And he will come out in 19th, I think. Yuki Tsunoda is at the very back. I think Tsunoda must have been lapped at least 2 times. As they've just told Russell they think the tyres will be fine to the end. As Max Verstappen is about to lap, I think, Valtteri Bottas in the Alfa Romeo. As Mattia Binotto, interestingly, has just marched off to the back of the Ferrari garage. I don't know what that's about. Verstappen's got to be careful, though, because Stroll behind him, I think, is going very quickly. Maybe even going quicker than Verstappen, or at the same speed. So Verstappen got to be careful lapping the traffic. As we're on lap 59 out of 70. Remember, guys, I will be live for another probably hour and a half yet. As once the race finishes, I'll be live still for another hour, reacting with you guys to what's happened in this Hungarian Grand Prix. So as soon as the race is finished, make sure to stick around to react with me for what's happened in today's Hungarian Grand Prix. And I'll make sure to read out all your comments. And as well, when the race finishes, let me know what you thought of the race. And try and rate the race out of 10 if you can for how entertaining you thought it was. And let me know as well who your driver of the day was. Driver of the day for me has got to be Max Verstappen. What a drive from the Flying Dutchman. As Zhou has overtook Alex Albon for 17th. As we're looking at Lewis Hamilton here on the soft compound tyre, who has now closed the gap down to 3 seconds to Carlos Sainz. Now even 2.9. As yet, we're on lap 60, so 10 laps to go. Pretty much of this Hungarian Grand Prix. And I reckon, because Carlos Sainz is not gaining really any time on Russell. I mean, he is gaining time, but it's only a 10th or 2 here or there, when he should be a lot quicker. Lewis Hamilton is gaining a second, 1.2 seconds per lap, even on his teammate. So I think Lewis Hamilton could finish second here, and could be another second and third here for Mercedes, and could quite possibly outscore Ferrari again. Remember, the gap's only 44 points in the Constructors' Championship. If Mercedes finish second and third and Ferrari finish 4th and 6th, then Ferrari would score 20 points, Mercedes would score 33, so that'd go down to about 30 points going into the summer break. As Verstappen begins lap 61, and we have 10 full laps to go. And Hamilton now has gained another 1.5 seconds on Sainz. And he's only 1.3 seconds behind as they begin lap 61. And well, the rain, by the way, is continuing to fall. It's increasing, but still not enough for for us to have a proper change onto intermediate tyres or anything like that. And just to update you with Charles Leclerc's progress, he might overtake Perez by the end. In fact, he probably will if he keeps up his current pace. But yeah, I don't think Charles will care at all about finishing in P5. Probably wants the race to just end so he can go home. After what has been a miserable first half of the season for him, really should be either leading the championship or right level with Verstappen, given how good he's been this season. But Ferrari have their own special ways of ruining driver seasons and drivers' careers. As Binotto is back on the team, on the pit wall, as we're on lap 62 now, and Lewis Hamilton has DRS. I think they're now showing the slippery flag signal, sorry, not trag. And Hamilton all over the back of Sainz into turn 1. Gets a decent exit. Will he go for it into turn 2? He's going to try go round the outside. Carlos has no grip in that Ferrari. Ferrari must have worn their tyres out because that Ferrari does not look that great, I've got to say, on tyres that should be, in these cold conditions, they should be performing a lot better for Sainz. I don't really understand why Lewis Hamilton is so much quicker than Sainz, because, I mean, yeah, he pitted a few laps later, but Sainz's tyres shouldn't be that bad. As Russell has just lapped, I think, an Aston Martin or a Haas car, something like that. As Lance Stroll is now right on the back of Valtteri Bottas. He's only 0.5 seconds behind. Vettel also all over the back. And yeah, that's bad for Sainz. He needed Gasly really to stay ahead there so Sainz could get DRS to protect himself. But now, Gasly's let him through. And Hamilton, surely, and he's all over the back of Sainz in the final corner, up the inside of Sainz, almost getting the overtake done before they start lap 63. And Lewis Hamilton goes round the outside. And Lewis Hamilton is third. And Lance Stroll is up to 10th in the Aston Martin. And Sebastian Vettel goes 11th. I was going to say Vettel is right behind. I think I did actually say Vettel is right behind that pair as well. Yeah, Stroll and Vettel are up to 10th and 11th now. And Ocon is only a few seconds down the road. So Stroll could finish 9th. Yeah. And, well, if he did, he'd definitely have to be mentioned as one of the drivers of the day. Here's a replay. As Bottas defended to the inside, Stroll went round the outside. And just, well, braked later. And carried more speed. And got the move done. And now Lance Stroll does have Sebastian Vettel all over the back of him. Vettel looks quicker to me on that medium compound tyre. Might be worth Aston Martin letting Vettel through. Because Ocon in 9th is only 5 seconds ahead of that pair. And Ocon is struggling on pace. And any hard tyre runners right now will be struggling, as Lewis Hamilton now all over the back of George Russell. To be honest, I think Russell should just let Lewis go here because Lewis is much quicker. And they may be able to put Lewis in a fight against Verstappen if the rain increases a bit. We know Lewis in changeable conditions is one of the best drivers of all time. But yeah, he hasn't overtaken him yet, as a massive battle going on there into the chicane between Stroll and Vettel. Vettel actually locked his inside front tyre up. And Lewis Hamilton on the last lap was actually 1.2 seconds quicker than Verstappen. So yeah, Mercedes probably should let Hamilton go here. Would be worth seeing what Hamilton could do against Max Verstappen. Also, great drive from Lewis Hamilton today. And he's still showing that he is at his absolute peak of his powers as Max Verstappen begins lap 65 out of 70, and on to the new lap. The two Mercedes come, and Lewis Hamilton surely will go down the inside. No, Russell defends to the inside, but surely Lewis will get a better exit, and he does. And Lewis Hamilton is up to second. Brilliant from the 7 times world champion and the 8-time winner here. And now there is an 11-second gap between Verstappen and Hamilton. So let's see what Lewis can do. Remember, Max pitted a lot earlier than Lewis did. Max pitted about 10 laps at least earlier than Hamilton. So we'll see what Lewis can do now in these final 5.5 laps. He does have, though, a bit of traffic to contend with. As Charles Leclerc, I'm seeing, is 3.5 seconds behind Perez, not really getting that much time. Ferrari have got to have some sort of tyre problem in terms of wearing their tyres out too much, because Perez is now only 6.5 seconds behind Sainz on the medium, and he's catching quite quickly. So I have no idea what has happened to Ferrari's pace here. They could finish Ferrari 5th and 6th. They're not careful. Yeah, but they've got no pace. Absolutely no pace for Ferrari. Nobody saw that coming. They were so quick on Friday. But on Sunday, when it mattered most, yeah, they've got no pace really at all in this second half of the Grand Prix. And we're just watching from Leclerc's visor cam here in 6th place. Don't quite know why we're watching this because Leclerc's not doing anything. He's catching Perez, but not that quickly. And to be honest, I think his as he's gone into mode race now. So let's see what he can do. But yeah, I think he'll be very angry and depressed behind that crash helmet. I don't think he'll catch Perez, to be honest. I don't think he cares, to be honest, about catching Perez. Because so what if he catches Perez and passes him? It's not going to matter, because Max Verstappen, who is about to start lap 67, is going to win the championship this year. And as it stands, Max Verstappen, going into the summer break as he begins lap 67, Max Verstappen will lead the championship by 81 points from Charles Leclerc. 81 points. It should not be anywhere near that. As Max Verstappen, by the way, on that last lap, lapped, I think, a 10th or 2 slower than Hamilton. So Max Verstappen has got this race bought and paid for, as Vettel has passed Stroll. So Vettel is up to 10th, but it doesn't look like they've got enough laps remaining, Aston Martin, to get the Alpines, which is a shame, but a great performance by Aston Martin nonetheless. And there you go, there's a replay of Stroll letting Vettel through at turn 13. As Bottas is still 12th, and then Gasly 13th, Ricciardo in 14th place. They've just told Alonso expecting rain on the last lap, and I've just seen the radar. The rain is so close. And there's an Alpine man there on the pit wall holding his hand out, waiting for it to come. The rain, there is a massive deluge of rain that is literally about to smash this circuit as an Alfa Romeo of Valtteri Bottas has broke down. How many engine problems is this man going to have? That's another Ferrari engine problem at turn 11, that is. So Bottas is out of the race. He will still finish, technically, because he's close enough to the end of the race. But Bottas, yeah, is now out. And there will probably be a virtual safety car for that. To push that car out of the way. Yeah, virtual safety car deployed. I don't think anyone's going to pit, to be honest, because I don't see the point with 2.5 laps to go of the race. So Bottas is out. Let me just quickly update that. And yeah, shame for Bottas. Like I said, he's had way too many reliability problems this season. And it's an absolute joke, to be honest. And just trying to update some of the tyres quick. And I will update I will update some of the positions in a sec, because I know Kevin Magnussen has actually dropped back, as we're now on lap 69 out of 70. So we have about a lap and 3/4 to go. And like I said, guys, make sure to stick around to the end of the stream for the reaction to this Grand Prix. And Gasly on the soft. And Magnussen, yeah, has dropped to 16th place, as Zhou is up to 15th on the soft. And to be honest, I think the order is going to finish as it is, which is a shame for Ferrari, because Leclerc will not be able to catch Perez now. This virtual safety car, though, does help the chance of rain coming and really affecting the race, because if the rain really starts to fall, as a virtual safety car ending now, tyre warm-up is going to be a big problem on this final lap or so. The rain hits really hard now. We could see some craziness at the end here. And yet, green flag. So we have about a lap. It's raining hard at the moment. They've just said. So let's see what happens. And yeah, Sergio Perez looks as though he is not attacking the corners as quickly as he could. So the rain is starting to fall. It is too late for us, really. But will it have an effect, as Lewis Hamilton now is gaining an absolute shit ton of time on Max Verstappen? He just took 2 seconds out of Verstappen as Max begins the final lap here in Hungary. Can Verstappen hang on and get his first ever win in Hungary? As Sebastian Vettel is now all over the back, as DRS has been disabled. Sebastian Vettel all over the back of Esteban Ocon for 9th. And well, with Vettel on softer tyres, which will be better in these conditions, he should be able to make a move there. And Hamilton, he's not gaining anything really on this lap. He needs to hope for Max to make a mistake. And here is Max in the middle sector. Just got to cruise home. Not take any risks. Don't get anywhere near the curves and the white lines. And he will be fine. As Max Verstappen comes into the final sector here in Hungary. And like I said, he's never won the Hungarian Grand Prix. But what a season he has had so far. We thought it'd be a close championship fight. Max Verstappen and Red Bull have made it a championship pretty much won at this point of the season, as Max Verstappen rounds the final corner and wins the 2022 Hungarian Grand Prix and is now out front, way, way, way out front in the Drivers' Championship. Lewis Hamilton finishes second. Great drive, Hamilton. Russell finishes third. Sainz 4th, Perez 5th, Leclerc 6th, and then Norris will finish surely in 7th, and then it will be Alonso 8th, Ocon 9th, Vettel 10th, Stroll 11th, Gasly 12th, Ricciardo 13th, Schumacher 14th, Zhou 15th, Magnussen 16th, Albon 17th, Latifi 18th, Tsunoda 19th, and Valtteri Bottas retired from the Grand Prix. Guys, in the chat right now, let me know, what did you think of the race? I want a rating out of 10 for the race, and I want you to give me your driver of the day. For me, I will go for a 7.5 out of 10. It wasn't a classic race, but it was a very good one. There's no doubt about that. And yeah, Max Verstappen has got to be the driver of the day. Yes, he made that mistake, which did give Ferrari the net lead back, but Verstappen's drive and Red Bull, the job they have done today was a fantastic one. So well done to Red Bull for winning the Hungarian Grand Prix. Before, though, we get into the reaction, I'm going to quickly change the title of this stream and just post the link back out in a couple places. And I can see your comments coming in. Make sure to keep them flowing and let me know again who your driver of the day is for this Grand Prix. As Hamilton touring back in. If only the rain came about 10 laps earlier, that would have been a classic finish for the Grand Prix. It really, really would. And I'll just quickly post this link on Twitter. And then we'll get going on the reaction. And I will be around, guys, for another hour. So, yeah, make sure to keep your comments coming. Let me just tweet this out. Come join us here for instant reaction to the Hungarian Grand Prix. And let me just do the hashtags quickly, and then we'll get started. And hold on, one more second. Right, there you go. So that is tweeted out. And let me just quickly look at something else quick. Nib just sent me a message saying that he actually tweeted at about 13 laps into the race saying Max Verstappen is going to win this race. And he was obviously very right with saying that. By the way, guys, make sure to keep smashing that like button if you haven't already. But one thing I'll do quickly is blow my nose, and then we'll get into the teams and react to how they did in this Grand Prix. So just give me a second. Right, so let's get cracking. And we'll start with Red Bull Racing. I mean, you guys heard me, if you were along, obviously, for the preview. I did not think Red Bull stood a chance of winning this race. I thought they would be lucky to get on the podium. And there you go. Max Verstappen, 10th to 1st. And to be honest, despite the mistake he made, it wasn't that difficult for him. I mean, obviously, great drivers make it look so easy, but the way he made his way through the field, the pace he had, and all of the different sets of tyres, yeah, it was crazy just how easy it was for him to just come through and do what he did. In the first stint, a great decision, by the way, for Red Bull to start on the soft compound tyre for Verstappen and Perez, because that made their job easier in getting through the field, and they got up to, 6th and 7th, I think it was, or 5th and 7th before people started to pit. And then once they went onto the medium compound tyre, obviously Verstappen pitted earlier than Lewis Hamilton. That's why Max Verstappen won today. Mercedes had a good day today, as we'll get on to later. But I think Mercedes could have won today if they got the strategy a bit better than they did. Really should have been doing what Verstappen did on strategy and pitting a bit earlier with Lewis Hamilton, because Hamilton was, throughout the race, quicker than Russell and the quickest Mercedes man. But yeah, the decision to start the soft tyres was a great one. And then a great undercut performed by Verstappen and Red Bull to a T, getting past Hamilton. And then that put Max in fourth behind the two Ferraris and Russell. Obviously, Leclerc passed Russell for the lead. But with all that fighting, that put Max a lot closer to the lead than he was before his first pit stop. So when his second stop came, pitted to do an undercut on Russell and Sainz. Obviously, Carlos Sainz stayed out for a while, so Verstappen easily undercut past him. Did vitally get past Russell with pitting a lap earlier. And then, because of Ferrari's very poor strategy decision, which we talk about all the time on this channel through 2022, and well, for the last 3 or 4 years, Ferrari ended up giving Red Bull an open goal. Leclerc obviously going to the hard tyre. The hard tyre did not work today at all. Norris, Alonso, Ocon, the only reason really they finish in the points is because they had such a big gap to the others behind them to hang on until the end, especially Lando Norris in P7. But yeah, great strategy from Red Bull. Very attacking strategy, and really, from where they were on the grid, I can't blame them for going for that strategy. It worked very, very well. And then once he got the lead for the second time, the net lead after his spin, which was a silly mistake, but didn't really cost him anything, Verstappen comfortably won the Grand Prix despite the rain falling on that final lap. So well done to Max Verstappen and Red Bull. A great job by them. Sergio Perez was okay in the second Red Bull. He does, though, in the second half of the season need to improve his pace. Historically, though, he's never been really that quick at the Hungaroring. So I am going to give him a bit of a pass for how he's performed today. I think we'll see him a lot better at Spa, where normally Perez is a lot quicker. But yeah, I think this race sums up 2022, that no matter how quick Ferrari have been and how much better in qualifying they've been compared to Red Bull always find a way to win on race day, whether it be better pace, we're looking after their tyres better, better strategy, whatever it may be. Red Bull always tend to come out on top on race day, and that's what they did today in Hungary. A thoroughly deserved victory, and yeah, getting the strategy absolutely bang on the money. But now we're going to get on to the Ferrari team. If you're a Ferrari fan, you may want to look away, or you may want to at least hear what I have to say, because I have a lot to say when it comes to Ferrari. Yeah, let's just go through the race. So the start was all right. And then obviously by the end of the first stint, they were putting Russell under pressure. To be honest, the strategy they did, or they were on, up until really that second pit stop with Charles Leclerc, was absolutely fine. I can't explain why Carlos Sainz was so slow on the soft tyre at the end. He really should have been finishing third or even second in this Grand Prix today. No idea what happened with Sainz. Very poor race performance from Carlos. But yeah, the race was going fine up until that second pit stop. Yeah, first stint, obviously, Leclerc went a bit longer into the race. Sainz pitted a lap after Russell and was still kind of close to him and was pressuring him, but Russell was not really feeling it. But once Leclerc came out of his pit stop, obviously jumped past Carlos Sainz, Leclerc was now in a great position to get past Russell and eventually closed up to the back of him and overtook him. And at that point, I thought Leclerc was going to win the race pretty comfortably. But the reason Ferrari lost is yet again strategy. We could clearly see with the Alpines and other cars, at the Haas's as well, the hard compound tyre was not working. So why the fuck did they put him on the hard tyre? Ferrari. That's the only answer I can have to that. Ferrari. That is why they put him on the hard compound tyre. And then, after that, was overtaken by Verstappen twice. I mean, that was how slow he was. Verstappen spun in the middle of his 2 overtakes on Leclerc and still easily beats him today. Just shows you how poor the strategy was. Then was overtaken by Russell. And then was going to be overtaken by Sainz, but then they pitted him again, rightfully, onto the soft compound tyre. If they had pitted Leclerc onto the soft, and had pitted Leclerc for his second stop a few laps later than he did pit for the hard, he probably would have finished Leclerc in second or third, which is still... Well, would he have finished in second, third, or would he have won the race? I mean, how far did he finish off the win? Trying to think. No, actually, he would have won the race today. Yeah, he would have won the race because he wouldn't have lost an extra 21 seconds with an extra pit stop. So, yeah, Charles Leclerc, if he had pitted 2, 3, 4 laps later than he did for the hard tyre, but instead went onto the soft, which was clearly the way to go. Again, the hard tyre was not working. Alpine were living proof of that. Their pace was horrible compared to the rest of the midfield. And even look at Ricciardo's pace on the hard and Haas's pace on the hard earlier in the Grand Prix. They had to pit him onto the soft tyre. And if they did, I think Charles Leclerc would have just about hung on and won the race. But again, Ferrari. It's so funny because these 2 races, France and Hungary, because of the track layouts, I expected Ferrari to really get pole position for both of them and win at least one of them. They've not even won any of them. Disgraceful from the team. And if you look at the rest of the season, obviously we're going into the summer break. If you look at the tracks remaining on the calendar, I don't see where Ferrari really pick up that many wins, between now and the end of 2022. Maybe Zandvoort, but to be honest, I think Max Verstappen is going to be very hard to beat there because we saw last year Verstappen was on real top form at Zandvoort. Obviously, Spa and Monza, Red Bull should be stronger at those circuits, and we'll see obviously how Mercedes do. They could be right up there beating Ferrari as well. The only tracks remaining I can think of that they could win at Ferrari are Singapore and Mexico, maybe Abu Dhabi, but I'd say Singapore and Mexico. And we've got, 10 races to go? Not good, is it? If Ferrari have only got really 2 tracks remaining on the calendar that they could probably win at. And I think there's a real possibility that Ferrari are not going to win another race this season, which would be an absolute disgrace if they don't win another race this season. Ferrari should be, right now, neck and neck with Red Bull in the Constructors, and Leclerc should be neck and neck with Verstappen in the Drivers' Championship. But look at the gap. It is 81 points in Max Verstappen's favour. 81 points. How? I mean, I knew they were bad from 2019 and 2020 and, all the banter we had, taking the piss out of them, but they're getting worse. Getting worse and worse and worse. And, well, Ferrari's name on the podium there might be there, but Ferrari not on the podium, and 2 races in a row they've not finished on the podium. I think the worst bit of it all, these 2 tracks, Paul Ricard and the Hungaroring, we've raced down the last week or so. Ferrari have probably had the best car in qualifying, yet have not finished on the podium in either of the races. How do you do that? Surely it's harder to not finish on the podium with a car this quick at those 2 circuits than it is to actually get a podium. It's incredible, the job they have done. I have, though, just seen a tweet from Jeremy Clarkson says, as abuse is no longer allowed when we speak about F1, I'm forced to say Ferrari strategists are brilliant. I think that sums it up. Jesus Christ, this team. Do you know what the most frustrating thing about Ferrari is? So, at the end of this season, I'm going to do a review on them and obviously take the piss, like I've done previously, a couple times. 2019 and 2020 did the same. And, we'll do the same at the end of this year and probably do a video at the start of next year, preparing Ferrari fans for the failure ahead. At some point, it's going to get to the point where it's not even funny. It's just boring. It's like, come on, can you just do something well to change up, what you do? And it's already getting boring with this team. How many times do I have to sit here and say, Ferrari got it wrong again, strategy or reliability or driver mistakes? It's like, when is it going to end? As they say on Arsenal Fan TV, when's it going to end, Robbie? The same feeling here at Ferrari. When is it going to end? When are they going to actually perform to a decent standard? Because the standard they're performing at the moment is not even decent. It's horrifically bad. They're performing like a lower midfield team. Not even, then they do not deserve this car. This car they've designed is a very good car, but they as a team do not deserve it. They really do not. A team like McLaren or an Alfa Romeo deserve a car like this, or an Alpine, not Ferrari. They have horribly utilised this car. And I've just seen someone on Twitter say, Charles Leclerc has 1 podium in the last 8 races. 1 podium in 8 races. And he's been on pole position how many times this season? Anyway, let's move on. I am going to do a video tomorrow about how Ferrari got this race wrong. So make sure to check that out tomorrow. But yeah. And by the way, on my channel, if you're bored after this stream finishes, I do have a video called Why Charles Leclerc Must Leave Ferrari at the End of 2024. Go and check that out. Actually, Rook, if you want to, just post a link to the video in the chat, because I think the timing is perfect to have that in the chat at this current moment. Anyway, let's move on with the rest of the teams. Mercedes, it's a shame they couldn't win today. I think they could have won today. I mean, their strategy of Lewis Hamilton was good, but it wasn't as good as it could have been. I think if they had pitted Hamilton a bit early with both of his pit stops, he could have won today. But, that's the way it is. Still, great drive from Lewis Hamilton. If only he had not had his problem in qualifying, that DRS issue. If he didn't have that problem, I think Lewis Hamilton legitimately would have won the race today. So Mercedes, they are back. They are back. They're not back, to being a dominant team, but they are back, I think, to being a race win contending team for sure. But yeah, Lewis Hamilton, great drive today. The strategy was, again, good, but wasn't as good as it maybe could have been for him. I gotta say, even though he dropped to third in the end, George Russell, his performance today was brilliant. Holding off Leclerc for as long as he did, and then even once Leclerc, overtook him and passed him, Carlos Sainz obviously got up to the back of him, and Russell did very well to keep him at bay. And then, once they all pitted for the second time, Russell obviously passed Leclerc again. Leclerc on his hard compound tyres. And Russell was then, into third place and comfortably held on to third until the end of the Grand Prix. So, even though he didn't win, don't think it was a bad drive today for Russell. It was a very good drive for Russell, but Mercedes, I think with Russell, just didn't quite have the pace to keep up in terms of winning the Grand Prix in today's Grand Prix. But yeah, great result for Mercedes. Ferrari obviously scored 20 points. Mercedes have scored 34 because Hamilton got the fastest lap point. So the gap in the championship has gone between Ferrari and Mercedes for second in the Constructors has gone from 44 points to 30. Let me know in the chat, how likely do you guys think it is that Mercedes will finish second in the Constructors' Championship? You know what? I'm going to say it. I think Mercedes will get it. I think Mercedes will finish second in the Constructors, which I thought 2 months ago was impossible. But now it is very possible. Just shows you how bad Ferrari have been. But let's crack on with the midfield, and then we'll come to your comments in chat, guys. So don't worry, I will read all of them out, or all of the good ones I could find. But just want to get into the rest of the teams. McLaren next up. Yeah, I was wrong. Their race pace was not good. They were quite far off the pace. I've got to say, I think they could have done better on strategy today. I mean, yeah, starting on the soft tyre was good for the first couple of laps for Lando, but really after that, Norris struggled, really. For the rest of the Grand Prix, they pitted him and Ricciardo way too late because they were both struggling a lot on the soft tyre. Should have pitted about 2 or 3 laps early with both cars. And then the medium tyre run for both drivers was fine. And their pace on the medium, I mean, it wasn't as good as the top 3 teams, but it wasn't terrible. But then Norris went on to the hard, still finished in P7, but his pace wasn't great. And then Ricciardo, yeah, very poor performance in this race today. Making contact right after the pit stop with Lance Stroll, who was right behind him, and then ended up finishing in 13th place. Ricciardo should have been in the points today. And had, at times, very good pace, but just blew it when it really came to the nitty-gritty of the Grand Prix. And, yeah, good result for McLaren, but to be honest, not as good as it should have been. But Alpine obviously finished 8th and 9th and have scored the same amount of points as McLaren today. So Alpine go into the summer break still 4th in the championship, 4 points clear of McLaren. So work to do at McLaren, and to be honest, I think Alpine are going to finish 4th in the championship because I think that I just think Alpine's driver lineup is, very, very strong and consistent, and I don't think that's quite what McLaren have right now. For Alpine, obviously they started 5th and 6th. They were never going to finish there because, as we saw in the first 15 laps, their pace was pretty bad compared to Red Bull and Mercedes. And yeah, they dropped back quite a bit. Then started to gain a bit of time on Norris, but then went on to, with both cars, the hard compound tyre, which was a mistake. When you consider they started on the medium, what they should have done was pit for the medium again and then go on to another set or onto a set of soft compound tyres. If they had done that, I think Alpine could have actually beaten McLaren today with both cars, because Norris obviously did the race, the final 25 laps or so, on the hard tyre. So, yeah, Alpine got the strategy wrong, but I think that shows how strong they have been this season in the midfield, that despite that being the wrong decision and them lacking a lot of pace, still finish 8th and 9th, which, as I was saying, I think yesterday after qualifying and coming into this Grand Prix, I thought they would finish about there, so I can't really criticise Alpine that much. The only thing they could have done better was not pit for the hard tyres for the first and only pit stop, but yeah, good result. Still 4th in the championship, and with the tracks coming up in the second half of the season, I think Alpine will finish 4th in the championship. Of course, Spa-Francorchamps next up. Alfa Romeo next. A shame for Valtteri Bottas that he retired again. Another reliability problem. He's had so many this season, about 5 or 6 of those in 2022, and was running decently in P12 also on the hard tyre and was on a one-stop strategy. So Valtteri did a very good race today, but his car failed him. And then Zhou Guanyu finishing 15th. Zhou just had a really poor start to the race. He dropped from 12th, I think, down to 17th on the first lap. If he had stayed about P12, he may have finished in the points. You never know. But a poor race for them. But, with Aston Martin, the only team below them, finishing in the points today and only getting 1 point, I don't think Alfa Romeo will be that bothered, as they are still comfortably 6th in the championship. Haas F1, also another team that made a big mistake going onto the hard compound tyres. Mick Schumacher, I feel sorry for a bit because he was running up in 8th or 9th place and did a pretty good first stint. And then, yeah, they put on the hard tyre and then he had no pace because the hard tyre was terrible today. If they had pitted him for another set of mediums and then went for a soft tyre at the end, Mick really could have ended up in the points today. But yeah, poor strategy for them. But Mick Schumacher should be happy with his performance because he was fine today and was quick enough. But yeah, Haas just got it wrong. And yeah, this new upgrade for Haas clearly has not worked this weekend because Kevin Magnussen was terrible in this Grand Prix today and had no real great pace yesterday. So back to the drawing board for the Haas team, but they are still 7th in the championship. And to be honest, they are pretty likely to finish there this season. So, you know, not having a bad season so far. The Haas team, AlphaTauri, Pierre Gasly had a great race today. Like I said, the AlphaTauri, very bad this weekend, but Gasly, not too far. I think only like 10 seconds or so he finished behind Vettel, who finished in the points in P10. So, yeah, great job there by Gasly. To not be that far off. No idea what happened for Yuki Tsunoda. He was terrible today. I think must have pitted about 4 times and had no pace whatsoever. So, yeah, no idea what happened there for Tsunoda. But I think today was proof with Gasly that he is still driving well. It's just this AlphaTauri car is really poor compared to what it was like last year. Remember last year, Gasly was he finished 5th at this race last year. And qualified 5th as well. So it shows you how bad this car has become in the space of a year. Next to Aston Martin. Great pace by them. Probably could have beaten one of the Alpines today. And Alpine were a bit lucky that the virtual safety car came out because Sebastian Vettel was all over the back of Esteban Ocon in the final lap or so. But ended up not getting him on the before the line. But yeah, Vettel, great drive today. From 18th on the grid, and yeah, should be very happy with his performance. And I think proved in this race that despite him retiring at the end of the season, he's easily good enough to still be in Formula 1, and he's not retiring in a position of just not being good enough. He's still easily good enough for Formula 1. Lance Stroll also did well today. I think his soft tyres, though, just dropped off in the end. Also, may have had some damage to his car after the contact with Daniel Ricciardo, which I'm sure would not have helped. But good day for Aston Martin. 2 points finishes in a row. And they are making progress in the constructors, you know, point by point, literally. And they're now on 20 points. And they're only 7 behind AlphaTauri. So they might gain a position before the end of the season. And finally is Williams. And yeah, they were just at the back of the field. So who gives a fuck about them? So back to these pictures. So yeah, guys, let me know what you thought of all the teams, and I'll read out your comments right away. And keep your comments coming in regards to, especially, you know, Red Bull, Ferrari, Mercedes, and how they did today. Let me go to the start of these comments though, and then go through them all. Vinster says 7 out of 10. Amazing race. Max driver of the day. Eugene Kelly says Hamilton driver of the day. Prank says got to be at least 8.5 and Supermax. Paul James Scribbs says Max driver of the day. And also says 8 out of 10. The race, great entertainment. And yeah, it was a brilliant Grand Prix, no doubt. Rook saying 8 out of 10, driver of the day, Verstappen. I'm going to up mine to an 8 out of 10 because look, actually thinking back, it was actually a pretty good race, to be honest. Astro Stevo mentioning Vettel, the driver of the day. Yeah, got a shout out Sebastian. He was great today. I think he probably won driver of the day. Did Sebastian. Silverback Orangutan says, good job, Carlos. You are dealing with a bad team. Race 8 out of 10. Driver Max Verstappen for driver of the day, but I'm open to debate. Lewis or had Stroll had points, I'd be open to Stroll. Eugene Kelly says, how is Max driver of the day? He didn't do anything. Well, obviously, you didn't watch the Grand Prix. Lab Gorilla, seriously, guys, what do Ferrari do? Surely the owners have to consider the damage they're doing to the brand. The people running Ferrari don't give a fuck. They really don't care. The failure and the lowering of standards, it runs from top to bottom at that team. How they still have Binotto is a clear example of that. And other members of their team. Lenda Pickman says driver of the day Hamilton. Rivaldo says Max driver of the day. Josiah says I genuinely think Ferrari do this shit on purpose. That thought does come across my mind at times as well. I think that's how, again, just shows you how bad they have been. Not just this season, but especially today. I did just see on Twitter that, yeah, Daniel Ricciardo had a 5-second penalty. I'm not sure, though, if he actually lost any positions. G Walker says Max driver of the day. I think he came up 9 places. Well, 10 the first. 8 out of 10. Christian says Max driver of the day. Champion Man says Max driver of the day. Josiah says Hamilton. Brendan Bradley says Max. Chazza, thanks for a brilliant stream. No problem, Christian. Let's see if there's any other nominations for driver of the day. Lav Gorilla says, thank you, Chazza. Thank you, Rooks. I would love a conversation about why Ferrari are in F1. Let's not go that far. Let's go Ferrari fucking clowns. Prank says, that tweet aged like fine wine in less than 2 hours. Yeah, it did, from Nib, saying that Verstappen was going to win. Let's see if I can find some other comments here. I scroll down. Blessed Tube says Marks. I think you mean Max, not Marks. Made Perez look ordinary in the process. Well, he does most times, and that's not because Perez is a bad driver. It's because Max Verstappen is, you know. I mean, is Max Verstappen the best driver in Formula One? I know a lot of people have said that he is the best driver in Formula One currently. I still wouldn't say that. I still think it's Lewis Hamilton, but he's definitely right there, at least. We can't deny that. Eugene Kelly says, Chazza, don't forget Red Bull had new engines. That's true, but, you know, they still did great to do what they did. It wasn't easy for them. Paul James Squibb says, I'd love to know why Ferrari decided to pit Leclerc from 5 seconds ahead and put him on hards when they did. Again, it's what I said earlier in the stream. What they probably did, pitting him onto hards, was probably what the simulation or the data said before the race was the best thing to do. But again, looking at how the race was going at the time, it was clear the hard tyre was not working. And that is why Ferrari are poor when it comes to strategy, because they're unable to react to different things going on in a race that they didn't expect or that the computer didn't predict. That's why they end up in the position they do. 9 Yard Songs says Ferrari have changed how many team managers in the last 10 years? 3 to 4, all based in lack of strategic prowess and terrible decision making, yet still making no progress with strategy or race intellect. Since 2012, they've had, 4 team principals. Domenicali, Mattiacci, Arriva Bene, and Binotto. The thing is, though, the strategy decisions is not down to the team principal. It's down to whoever the head of strategy is. And the head of strategy at Ferrari is the infamous Inaki Rueda, who has been in that position for, 6 years now? I mean, we were saying back in 2019 that he should be sacked. It's still 2022. Well, it's 2022 now, 3 years later. And no, he ain't going anywhere. So, and until I've said this before, that I don't believe Ferrari are winning a championship until Binotto is gone from that team. Or not gone, but is not team principal. They're not going to win a championship under him being team principal. But also, if Inaki Rueda is still the strategic head of Ferrari, which he is, they will not win a championship because he will get it 80% of the time wrong. Hamilton is the only one that can shut Max down. If Lewis was in that Ferrari, it'd be a better battle, says Eugene Kelly. Agreed, fully. If Lewis was in that car, I mean, Ferrari would still, mess up massively, no matter what driver was in that car. But if Lewis had that type of car in terms of pace, and he was at Mercedes, then this season would be dead level going into the summer break. But yeah. Christian says Ferrari really needs to wake up. They have the fastest car, worst strategy. Ferrari, ouch. Paul James Squibb says, the Alpines made it so clear just how bad the hards were. It boggles the mind that Ferrari did what they did. Shocking choice. Everything Ferrari do boggles the mind, though. That's the thing. I see Binotto is trending on Twitter with already 21,000 tweets. Binotto, apparently during the race, went to the pit wall. Or left the pit wall and went to the Ferrari motorhome for some reason. But, yeah. I am not surprised he's trending on Twitter that heavily. By the way, I've got some quotes for Charles Leclerc. From Canal Plus, which obviously is the French broadcaster. Leclerc said, we can't hope to win the championship if we do races like that. And then said, I don't know what to say. My medium tyres were good. I had a good feeling on them. I don't understand. That sums it up. And that's really as critical as he can be of Ferrari, because we know Ferrari do not tolerate criticism at all. If Ferrari were going to start on the mediums, they needed to overcut. There's Mason Harper. The thing is, this is what I don't understand with Ferrari. So with Sainz, they did the correct strategy. They went medium, medium, soft. Why did they not do that with Leclerc? Why are you splitting strategy that late in the race when you are first and third? It makes no sense. Do it with both cars. The only time you need to split strategy is when you've got like one car out of position and you need to try something different. And then, the other car in a good position. They were first and third. Why are you splitting strategy? Just do it with both cars. Again, don't get it. I was literally sat here in terms of like, why did they go onto the hard tyres? Why did they not see that the hard tyre was not working? How long, guys, was I sat here during the race watch-along from like lap 20 to lap 40 saying the Alpines have really bad pace on hard tyres? I said about 1 million times. Ferrari, they're on the pit wall. They can see this. But still put them on the hard tyre. It's like, I'm not even sure they actually watched the race, the strategist, Inaki Rueda. I'm not sure he actually watches the Grand Prix. There's no way he can. Making those decisions. Frank says, well, Ferrari was competitive. That's their goal, right? I guess, yeah. Well, Binotto said, didn't he, a couple months ago, that their aim is not to win the championship, which sums it all up. Nine Yard Song says, have to say that as a Mercedes fan, as much as I hate to see them do well, it's sad to see such disintegration. Goodness plot, told you, Chazzer. I was right on air. Yes, you were right. Paul James Squibbs says, I want to see Leclerc being interviewed now, see if he felt medium tyres could have lasted. Well, obviously you commented that before I read out that comment from Leclerc. And yeah, you said the tyres were good. To be honest, those medium tyres probably would have been good for another 10 laps, so they didn't really need to pit. It's not like the tyres were gone. But Otto's now Sky F1, and I can guarantee he'll roll out his endless excuses. The strategy will be, what we did was correct. The simulation said it was the correct thing to do, even though it was clearly not, because Alpine and other teams, Haas, clearly showed that that the hard wasn't working. Oh god, I've got to retweet this from Nib. Just a picture of Anaki Rueda. And, well, we'll see what Bonotto says, but, yeah. Leclerc to Alpine in 2023. Rivaldo posts loads of clown emojis and then says, this team have done it for me. They're going to end yet another decade with 0 championships. Yeah, most likely. I mean, if they win a championship in this decade, it won't be until, like, another 5-6 years from now when they've hopefully moved on from Bonotto and other members of their team that's still there. Steve Luth says, as soon as Ferrari stops having Italians at key positions and a driver with bigger balls who ignores the team makes his own calls. Yeah, I mean, I said in that video that Rook posted in the chat, I made the point that the reason Ferrari have got so bad in their decision making and their trackside performance is because they, ever since the era of, Schumacher, Todt, Brawn, Rory, Byrne, they replaced all of those people with Italians, except for the drivers, obviously, because they want to be this homegrown team and have deliberately lowered the standards because they want to have Italians in the team. There's nothing wrong with having Italians. I showed in that video there are good Italian engineers and designers in that, but I find it funny as well that despite being so keen on having an Italian mostly or almost only team, that they still go out and hire so many great drivers. Why not have that type of strategy when it comes to other team members? Because obviously since they last won a championship, they have had, obviously they still had Raikkonen in the car, Kimi Raikkonen in the car in 2009 and later in the mid-2010s, but they've had, Kimi Raikkonen, Fernando Alonso, Sebastian Vettel and Charles Leclerc all raced for this team in the last 15 years. If you had told someone in 2008 that Alonso would be racing for Ferrari for like 5 years or 5 seasons, I think he did at Ferrari, and then Vettel would, drive for Ferrari in his peak, I'd say Vettel was in his peak, peak probably at Ferrari. But if you told them in 2008 that those two drivers would be at this team in the 2010s, then they would have predicted Ferrari probably to dominate Formula 1 again. But, I mean, I can guarantee if you told them Ferrari would not win a championship again for 15 years, they would have thought you were mental. I want to see quickly what Bonotto said in his interview. This is. I've just seen a quote of what Bonotto has said. Get ready for this. This is what he said on Sky. Today will take a few hours and days to analyse. It's pretty easy, to be honest, Matthias, to analyse why he lost. The car was not behaving well. I will agree with him with that. The pace of the Ferrari car was not as good today as it was on Friday and even Saturday to a certain degree. He said it was working, but not as well as we wanted. And then said, we believed the hard tyres would have pace. So he put blame on the car not working, rather than the strategy. Sums it up. I mean, you guys know the I'm sure some of you know the you know, how you, and this is not just obviously for Formula One teams or sports teams, but the only way to properly rise again is to firstly hit rock bottom. And the first step is admittance, isn't it? Admittance that there is problems with the areas that are actually causing problems and are losing points and races and championships. And until Ferrari actually start admitting these mistakes, they will not go anywhere. Because at least other teams, Red Bull, Mercedes, we've seen them plenty of times admit we didn't get things right and we could have done this better. Ferrari, when do you ever hear that? They just defend everything they do. Let me go to the bottom of these comments here and read out some more. Jazztastic said, Bonotto said the team is great. Given how they're performing in the races, they deserve to be like 8th in the championship, to be honest. Band says, you aren't even watching the race. Your analysis is unfair scientifically. Could you please describe how? Because that doesn't make any sense, what you just said. Unless you're talking to someone else. Rook says a clip of Bonotto doing an interview in Italian would be quite funny with you voicing a spoof translation in future video. Could possibly, yeah. Could possibly do that. Ferrari are playing checkers while F1's playing chess. Unbelievable what we've just witnessed. There's Nello Angelo. Luigi Pellegrini says Ferrari need English strategists, period. They don't need English strategists. What they need is to find who is the best strategist out there, whether it be Formula One or motorsport. Doesn't matter where he's from or what he looks like. Just go and get the guy or girl, whatever they are. Go and get them. That's what other teams do. They try and go get the best personnel out there in the world, in motorsport. Ferrari, you know, they're not even trying to go and do that, to go and find better people, to make their team better. Let's see if there's any other comments here that I can find. Lol, Chaz's Williams review. I mean, it's true. No one gives a fuck about Williams. They're so shit today. This weekend, really. I think, though, let me just actually do something quick. I'm just going to quickly check if there's any comments I need to go through to respond to from the last week or so. By the way, thanks for so many new subscribers. I've had about, I think, 60 or just over 60 just in this stream today. So thank you very much for that. And everyone watching, if you haven't hit the like button already, to make sure to smash the like button. Just looking in the chat, not in the chat, in my comments, and yeah, I can't see any new comments really. Obviously, there was a Grand Prix last weekend, so there wouldn't have been any new comments really on the channel. But I think I am gonna bring pretty much this stream to an end. It's 4:30 p.m. and what do you call it? Yeah, it's 4:30. McLaren F1 race. Chaz, if we all club together and crowdfund, you reckon we could buy you Ferrari? Oh, buy Ferrari, mate. What could go wrong? Boris Johnson is available for Ferrari. They don't need things to get any worse. Yeah, thank you guys so much, for what you've, done today, coming along and staying along for so long. Really appreciate it. And yeah, obviously this is the final race until summer break. The summer break now basically does begin. just want to update you guys whilst you're still here as to what the plan is for the summer break again. So I am going to do a recorded video tomorrow, and the video is going to be me getting into how Ferrari lost today's Grand Prix, and I will prove that Ferrari, what they did was the wrong thing to do, and just look at how they lost this Hungarian Grand Prix. And then, like I said earlier, I'll say it again, I have, for the summer break, 6 recorded videos planned for the summer break. A Lando Norris video, Carlos Sainz video, Daniel Ricciardo video, Mick Schumacher video, Pierre Gasly video, and a Mercedes video. Those are the 6 recorded videos I've got planned for the summer break. Plus, obviously, tomorrow's recorded video covering what happened in Hungary. And I will do a stream covering the season so far on Tuesday. So there will still be some content, guys, coming your way. Tomorrow, again, the analysis of this Grand Prix will be at 6 p.m. UK time tomorrow night. And then the night after on Tuesday, I'll be live again at 6 p.m. UK time to cover the season so far and look at all the stats of what's happened so far. And yeah, just get into what has happened so far and why the championship standings look the way they do. So yeah, that is what's coming up on the channel, and it'd be great to have you along for all of that. But obviously, the Belgian Grand Prix, the next Grand Prix on the calendar will be, the race day is the 28th of August. But make sure, obviously, to join me earlier in the weekend for the Belgian Grand Prix. Would be great to have you along for that. Just to update you guys as well, George Russell is up to 4th in the championship now. Carlos Sainz has dropped to 5th. And yeah, the constructors' table looking the same as it was previously. So yeah, thank you guys a lot. You know, it's been great this weekend. And the first half of the season, I've got to say, has been pretty good. At times wasn't great, but got a lot better towards the last few races as we got to the real peak part of the summer. And it's been great to have you along for all of the moments so far. Obviously, such a shame that I missed the first 3 races of the season with my internet problems, but can't wait to cover the rest of this Formula 1 season. And if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe, because we do race and qualifying watch-alongs for every Grand Prix remaining. We will be for every Grand Prix remaining in 2022. And don't forget as well, smash the like button if you haven't already, and share this video and channel everywhere you can. And by the way, Dane, I am going to do a Sebastian Vettel video about his, career, but that won't be till probably the end of the season or something like that. Probably not going to do a Magnussen video, to be honest. Make sure to follow me on Twitter at ChazHD5. Would be great to have you following me there, as I do post a few times there, here or there, and it's also a great place to keep up to date with the content I'm doing. And don't forget to join our Discord server down below, link below in the description. And if Rook could again quickly post the link to my Charles Leclerc video, why Charles Leclerc must leave Ferrari at the end of 2024. Make sure to go and watch that video. Rook, I'm sure, will be posting it in a second. That video, just remember, was uploaded before the French Grand Prix. It's still relevant, now, but yeah, make sure to remember that when watching that particular video. But yeah, been great to have you along for the first half of the season, guys. And until my video tomorrow, covering the Ferrari fuck-ups today in the Hungarian Grand Prix and just how they lost the race, and until my Tuesday stream, covering the season so far and all the other videos in the summer break, and as well, until the next Grand Prix in about 4 weeks' time at Spa for the 2022 Belgian Grand Prix. Guys, it has been me, Chazza HD. Goodbye.